Good evening. Call to order the City of Franklin Common Council meeting of Tuesday, March 19th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Mayor Nelson.
Here.
Alderman Holfer.
Here.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Here.
Alderman Hassan.
Here.
Alderwoman Day.
Here.
Alderman Barber.
Here.
Alderman Craig.
Here. Excellent. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we are going to transition into citizen comment period, but prior, I'm going to read two things, and this was read about 6 months ago, and it's normally up here. This is the City of Franklin meeting rules of decorum for attendees and participants. This document is, copies of it are back there, as well as this is what's always up on the screen prior to the meeting starting. For those attending City of Franklin meetings, number one, respectful and orderly conduct is expected at all times. Number two, disruptive or unruly behavior, including but not limited to clapping, verbal disruptions, signs, and outbursts will not be tolerated. Then I'm going to the next point for those wishing to speak during the City of Franklin meetings. Number one, approach the microphone when the chair opens the floor for citizen comments. State your name and address for the record. Address your comments to the Common Council, Board, Commission, Committee only. Limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. No endorsements or electioneering are allowed. Speaker shall refrain from presenting unduly repetitious, offensive, threatening, slanderous, defamatory, or obscene remarks. Persons wishing to speak as a spokesperson on behalf of a neighborhood, subdivision, homeowners, condominium, or business association, or similar group with common interests shall demonstrate their qualifications to do so accordingly to the City of Franklin Resolution Number 2007-6227 before speaking on that body's behalf. Point 8, questions may be answered immediately by the chair or referred to city staff for a future reply in a timely manner. Those not adhering to these rules of decorum for attendees and participants will be asked to leave or be removed from the meeting if necessary. And the other part of this is covering under Chapter 19 under council proceedings, citizen comment period. Every agenda of city council meetings shall include immediately following roll call an agenda item entitled citizen comment period. Such agenda item shall authorize any person to address the city council. Point number 2, during the citizen comment period, no person shall speak for longer than 3 minutes at each council meeting unless the city council shall direct otherwise to an individual. City council direction may take the form of a unanimous consent. Thank you for hearing me out. Again, copies are at that lower little wooden 1990 piece of furniture that we have. So now opening up citizen comment period, and as a citizen wishing to come to the podium and speak, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Bill Berezowitz, 9248.
Is that working, Bill?
There's a green light on.
Green is usually good.
All right, Bill Berezowitz, 9248 West Kensington Way, Franklin. I am the president of the Wyndham Hills Homeowners Association. I'm speaking here on behalf of what on the agenda I have is items 2 and 3 regarding approval of a lot at 7520 West Kensington. I'm representing 73 homeowners, 18 of which are around a wetland that this concerns. Part of these proposals is to put in a drain pipe where insufficient work has been done long ago when the subdivision was created. There's an overflow level that doesn't have sufficient drainage from it. Right now, this vacant lot serves as a de facto drain, and back in 2009, it was requested by the city engineering office at that time that they dig a trench to aid in the drainage because the electrical sub boxes were going to overflow and ignite. I can tell you right now that Wisconsin Energies has told me that one in my backyard and another around the wetland are going to be moved this summer another 30 feet back away from the wetland because the overflow drainage is too slow. and that they remain for anywhere from 2 weeks to 6 weeks at a very high level. So we, as a subdivision homeowners association, support these resolutions. We have 5 or 6 people here that could tell you that the water comes up within feet of their patios when we have very high rainfalls and the accumulation doesn't have anywhere to go. I could have them all speak. You've got a long night, and 4 of you have heard this before, and you've approved already these 2 resolutions. So I'm just asking you, I'll beg your time, go fast, and move it on.
Thank you, sir. And just to clarify that point, I was at the Plan Commission meeting, I chair that, and yes, we did review it. We were given a great presentation, and that did pass unanimously. Anyone else wishing to approach at this time and speak? Seeing no one, I will close. Oh, I'm sorry. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Foley. I live at 4656 West Hilltop Lane here in Franklin. In any society, there are some people who need additional services that go beyond what the rest of us need. And I'd like to talk to you a bit tonight about the item on the agenda dealing with the communities of Crocus. Their concern addresses this very point. As a society, we do in fact recognize the need for additional services that some people have, primarily through our public school system. And we broadly call these special education services. And within that context, there is a population that we define as being somewhere on the autism spectrum. And people on the autism spectrum remain entitled to these special education services until they age out at 21. Their needs don't go away. They have needs that go beyond what most of us do. Their families have such needs. And the group that has designated itself as Communities of Crocus is made up primarily of the parents of now adult autistic children. One of the things I think that dominates their lives is their concern about what will happen to our children, now adults, when we're not here. They have designed what I regard as a very innovative proposal for housing for their adult, formerly children who are diagnosed on the autism spectrum. And it is very much in keeping with the overall footprint of the neighborhood. It's going to be right across the street from a luxury apartment development, the Statesman Apartments. There's about 160 apartments there. Directly to the north, there's a single-family home neighborhood that actually has a more intense population footprint than the proposal by the Communities of Franklin does. Every community has what I call its civic culture. You have an opportunity to make a very powerful statement about what our civic culture here is in Franklin by advancing this proposal by a unanimous vote. I hope you will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hi, John Micklig, 7809 Stonebrook Court. Following up on the same topic, item 11, Communities of Crocus proposal. I'm the father of an individual with Down syndrome. He is 22 years old. He attends a daily program in West Allis called RAD, which he thinks is rad, and we think is rad. It's recreational adult day program, and via that day program, he interacts with persons his age and all the way into their 60s and 70s. The same facility also hosts a daycare for the littles, as they call them, as well as an open gym, yoga classes, and pickleball for the older and elderly participants, if we wanted to do that. It's truly a community. My son gets to interact with every kind of person. In Franklin, we have an all-inclusive playground to be proud of. And now we have to remain aware that the kids in the park eventually become adults in the city. And they need a way to be reasonably independent and also coexist with the rest of the community. Communities of Crocus is offering an amazing, well-thought-out opportunity for persons who, with just a little support, can live independently and enjoy amenities like, for instance, the RAD program in West Dallas offers. President Hubert Humphrey said, and I paraphrased it for time, the measure of a society is how it treats its most vulnerable members. As a community, at a community meeting where communities of Crocus presented their concept and invited input, I heard some pretty disturbing statements about fearing violent persons and the weight of buses causing street damage that we taxpayers have to pay for. I hope we can be better than that, and we can listen to and embrace what is a really great opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Danielle Kenny, candidate for County Supervisor, District 9, 12302, West Loomis Court, Franklin, Wisconsin. I'm here to speak on the item number 25 on the agenda. I just wanted to comment that the current city code about political signs, whether enforceable or not, leaves too much ambiguity. There's a lot of room for improvement in the entire process, and after the experience I've had this election cycle, I'm asking for changes and offering to be part of the solution to streamline the process and help create understandable and transparent communication to new candidates in the future.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Good evening.
Hello, my name is Andy Pelkey. I live at 9320 West Grandview Court, and I'm here to talk about a not so pleasant topic. Our city's government in the city of Franklin has a reputation of being highly dysfunctional. You all know this. During the time when Steve Olson was mayor, both the legislative branch and the executive branch were equally to blame. Both were screwed up, for a lack of a better term, and the infighting was hard to watch. I have firsthand experience with former Mayor Steve Olson. His actions regarding my complaint about fraudulent property tax assessments and his ensuing behavior were dishonest, opaque, and lacked integrity. I personally saw him lie. I witnessed his direct report issue a gag order to other members of the council so that I could not even speak to my own elected representative about the problem. I saw him personally intervene with my attempt to speak to the 2022 border review. This was all done with the help of our city attorneys and his other cronies, for lack of a better word. I never saw him once address the real issue in any kind of genuine or meaningful way. And yet, the legislative branch had his back the whole time. None of the actions by either branch was in the best interest of the citizens of Franklin. In 2023, the voters made it clear that they did not approve. Steve Olson was replaced by Mayor John Nelson in a rather decisive vote. Mayor Nelson now has the unenviable task of cleaning up the mess left by the former administration. Despite the clear mandate from citizens who voted in the last election, there are people in our own city government, including members of this common council, who are undermining Mayor Nelson's efforts in hopes that he will fail. This is not what the city wants, the citizens of Franklin want. This is not how real leaders behave. To be clear, we have a leadership problem in our city's legislative branch. People on this council, including our city attorneys, are one of the main causes of our city government's dysfunction. None of you have the right to criticize anyone in the executive branch until you clean up your own problems. If your behavior doesn't exhibit the honesty, integrity, and transparency that voters expect, then you should not be here. In 2023, Assistant Attorney Brian Sadak, who works for City Attorney Jesse Wesolowski, issued a gag order telling the Board of Review members not to respond to either of my letters to them. I'm sure he used his words carefully to cover his butt, but the result was the same. He was also behind the effort to prevent me from speaking at the 2023 Board of Review. It seems nothing has changed. I wonder which of you directed him to do this.
3 minutes, Mr. Pelkey.
Yep. I'm giving the city clerk this open records request to find out which of you directed our city attorney to suppress any real discussion about property tax assessments with and among the Board of Review members. I hope and expect you will collectively figure out what it means to be a member of this council and how you are going to hold each other accountable. You are not here to settle scores
Mayor?
with perceived enemies.
It's 3
You
minutes.
are
Mr.
here to
Pelkey. We gotta
debate
close it up.
and vote on the
Right.
best ideas to move the city forward.
Thank you, Mr. Pelkey. Anyone else wishing to speak at this time? Ms. Gint, welcome.
Good evening, Dana Gint, 9011 West Hawthorne Lane. I'm here to talk about a couple issues. First of all, the item, I think it's G35, regarding the $1 million shortfall for the Rock Sports Complex, which Mr. Marshall was also part of that development at that time. I'm going to read this 2018 continuing guarantee, and it's unlimited personal guarantee. This is an unlimited, and this is a public document available on the city website. This is not, it's widely available. This is an unlimited and continuing guarantee of payment for good and valuable consideration, the receipt and sufficiency of which is hereby acknowledged, and to induce the city to issue the GO bonds, the guarantor guarantees the payment on a continuing basis for all obligations when due. As a condition of issuing the GO bonds and paying for all and some of the TIF improvements, the city has required that the guarantor execute and deliver this guarantee. Based on sound business judgment, the guarantor deems it in the guarantor's best interest to execute and deliver to the city this guarantee because, among other considerations, the guarantor has interest in a relationship with the developer, and the guarantor expects to derive valuable benefits as a result of this project. This project that I'm discussing is the Rock Sports Complex. On February 21st, 2024, this council took action to collect this $1 million shortfall. This is due, and it says full payment is due when requested. I do believe this is past due at this point. There should not be any payment schedule worked out. The council already took action to get and obtain this shortfall. When this whole project was being proposed, there were investment analysts, CPAs, people with masters in economics, lawyers, other developers that all came forward and said that this financial puffery of this project is going to fail. Here we are. There's a $1 million shortfall. Citizens were mocked and insulted that came up and said that the value has been overinflated substantially, and here we are, and that is exactly what's happened. You need to collect the $1 million shortfall. The taxpayers should not be impacted by the incompetence of whatever happened in the past or the management of the development. The other item I have is I'd like to discuss the event application checklist for special events. It says, page 2, it says for sound and complaints. Plans, drawings, responses require the number of locations of amplifier speakers, method of limit maximum attendance, sound control, including the maximum decibel level of the event at the property line. I want that to be clear that that is a peak or instantaneous maximum decibel level. It's not an average. It needs to be the maximum decibel level instantaneous at the property line, not the averaging or whatever else you guys have been doing over the last 10 years. On the March 5th resolution, you guys promised to protect
minutes.
citizens.
Ms. Gint, 3 minutes. That
Thank
gets sold
you.
for 3.5. Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Michelle Runty, 8235 West Coventry Drive. I want to First of all, thank you all respectfully for your service in our community, for being the voice of the community. I don't think you hear it enough, but you all step into the arena of being the voice for our community. So thank you for being a servant leader in that regard. I come before the council this evening to show my support for item G11. On the agenda this evening, I stand to speak for every parent in support of resources in the community to help children and young adults reach their full potential. Franklin School District gave me the perspective to see a need within our community for inclusion and accessibility, which resulted in Kayla's Playground. Communities of Crocus is at that same juncture. They too see a need in the Franklin community. So I come before you as a parent who sees great opportunity in communities of Crocus. This community is not just a resource, it's innovative, and it is in our community to help those in our community reach their full potential. These resources give young adults the feeling of human dignity, value, and self-worth by working and living independently with support. The Franklin Public School District is great at helping each student reach their full potential. This is indicative of the many resources provided for students of all abilities. Let's look at a few. The first being an IEP support. For those of you in the room that do not know what an IEP is, it's an individualized education program. It's a written statement for a student with a disability that is developed, reviewed, and revised by a team of people, including the student's family, that outlines an educational plan for the student. My daughter Kayla had an IEP. Our school district also has opportunities for students who are seeking higher education past high school by offering a plethora of advanced placement college level courses. My daughter Brooke took advantage of that. Our trades in the high school and middle school level are robust and help students to learn skills for welding, woodworking, and auto repair. Our district does an amazing job at connecting students with local businesses in our community to advance their knowledge in business and trades through their Project Lead the Way program, AP Capstone programs, Inroads, just to name a few. Trust me, these programs all have a great depth. Again, these are all resources to help young adults of all abilities reach their full potential. Just like these programs that reach out to our community of businesses, our school district too can reach out to communities of Crocus to transition young adults from the 18 to 21-year-old program to live, work, and be part of the community. So I ask, please, for your support for this wonderful project. It's innovative and one of a kind. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you. Well stated. Good evening.
Good evening. Attorney Georgia Konstantakis. I live at 7969 South Forest Meadows Drive, Franklin, Wisconsin. I am here today in support of a resolution for G25.
Are you running for any political office?
I am running for Franklin Municipal Judge. Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
And I am asking for some guidance. I think that candidates are a little confused as to where these political signs should be placed. And I would like to make sure everyone has an open mind here when discussing the resolution for providing where these political signs should be placed. And I also wanted to thank every single one of you today for being here. I know it takes a lot to be here, and I'm in support of every single one of you. And thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Ms. Davis.
Hi, Debbie Davis, 9460 South 96th Street. And I want to thank the people who spoke about communities of Crocus. I'm thrilled that they've chosen Franklin to for their programming. And I appreciate, Dana, the research that you have done. My main interest is speaking about also item 25. When it comes to signs, one thing you listed in the beginning, which I really appreciate. The most important thing is that signs should go where you have permission to put them, where a property owner for private property has given permission. Every sign should be seen as an endorsement from a property owner. And I appreciate our school board candidates who've all followed that. I think Danielle, who spoke, has followed that, and John Brennan has followed that. And I appreciate the work that's been done on this resolution, because it should be clear. I'm happy that we're becoming more in compliance with the state regulations, so that people don't get confused about these large, what's that called, right-of-ways in their yard. And also that HOA residents also have a right to, and renters have a right to their First Amendment speeches in terms of political signage. So I support this resolution. The only thing I might add is that, just to make it clear to people, that in the first sentence, and I don't have it in front of me now, that we put only private property, so there's no confusion about whether signs should go on public property, right? They should just go on private property. And I would like it if that could be enforced. So when you talk about enforcement, I think the proposal was only when it's when it compromises traffic safety or such a certain length from the, there were a few other qualifications. But if we could also enforce that signs not be placed on public property, except as we do on election night, I think that would also add. I think that was all I had to say. But thank you for your work on that. I think it's a great resolution. And thank you for all your work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is John Brennan. I'm also running for municipal judge. I live at 2974 West Hilltop Lane in Franklin. Before I ran for judge, I had conversations with the clerk's office, and after deciding to run, I've had interactions with the city clerks and the judicial clerks as well. Very professional group, and they're to be commended. I also reviewed the state statutes and municipal ordinances as they existed. And since that time, I've worked very diligently, and I would say conservatively, to place my signs only where I believed they could be when I'd had permission of the landowner, the homeowner. And I've even gone so far as to look at the GIS map to make sure that the sign does not encroach beyond the actual property. I think it's a good idea, and I'm support of number 25. I think it's a good idea to have uniform rules. I think it's a good idea to allow sign placement beyond the actual GIS line where it's clear that the homeowner is taking care of the property. Because in some cases, placing the sign beyond the GIS line limits its the site to the public, its purpose. But I've done my best to stay within the rules, and hopefully we will have some guidance where everybody's got their signs in the correct place. Thanks for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one else, close citizen comment period. We are now going to item B as in boy number.
I'm sorry to interrupt you for a moment. I just wanted to point out, we've got some seats up front here. Technically, we shouldn't be blocking the door in case of a fire and so forth. So we invite everyone to come on in and grab a seat, please. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, Alderman. Item B2, a proclamation recognition of Light and Unite Red. So if the members could come forward here. Well, why don't we come up here and I'll read the proclamation. Unless there is a excited youth that wishes to read it.
Charlie isn't here.
Charlie's not here?
Charlie is not here.
So yeah, if we'll come around right out in front here, please. And who would you like me to read it to? I'm going to come around. Just the general group? General group? I can do that. Got my readers on. Get some Fiji water. Good. Like this? Okay. Whereas, ready? Substance misuse prevention coalitions within Milwaukee County work together annually to shine a spotlight on the dangers of substance misuse and the importance of mental health promotion during Light and Unite Red Week. And whereas Light and Unite Red Week will be March 18th through March 24th, 2024, and whereas one of the Milwaukee County community groups partnering in this event is Coalition Franklin, and whereas Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office estimates there were 678 drug overdose deaths in Milwaukee County in 2022, a 5% increase over the previous year. And whereas Franklin is not immune to substance misuse, as evident by local data. And whereas awareness, knowledge, and community support serve as protective factors against the misuse of alcohol and other drugs, and local leaders in government, schools, businesses, and citizens have the opportunity to participate in Light and Unite Red Week. And whereas community members are urged to participate in Light and Unite Red activities and use the color red as a way of symbolizing local efforts to prevent substance misuse and promote mental health awareness. And whereas Coalition Franklin will be engaging the community in awareness-raising activities and educational events throughout the city during Light and Unite Red Week. And whereas continued commitment to alcohol, tobacco, and other drug education and prevention are imperative. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, John R. Nelson, Mayor of the City of Franklin, Wisconsin, on behalf of the citizens of Franklin, hereby declare the week of March 18th to the 24th, 2024, to be Light and Unite Red Week in the city, and ask all citizens and businesses to join me in recognizing this week. Preventative Common Council presented this 19th day of March 2024.
Everyone in it that wants to be in it. Okay.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you all.
Are we able to speak for a moment?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Yep, this is on. My name is Megan Conway. I'm the Direction Coordinator for Volition Franklin. So I just wanted to give a quick little background on Light Unite Red. Light Unite Red Week is a countywide annual initiative that coincides with National Drug and Alcohol Facts Week. And throughout this initiative, we shine a spotlight on the dangers of substance misuse and talk about substance misuse prevention. Volition Franklin plans to show support for this campaign by displaying a red pinwheel garden on the Franklin Public Library property. It is out there today. Please feel free to take a look as you drive home. Each pinwheel that is out there represents a community member or a business that supports substance misuse prevention in the city. We have a lot of pinwheels out there. Along with that, everyone that's committed to having a pinwheel also has a Let Unite Red flyer hanging up in their business to help promote that awareness throughout this week. We do have Wear Red Day this Thursday, so I encourage everyone to participate with us. Wear red on Thursday. Would love if people want to take pictures. They can send them to Volition Franklin on Facebook or Instagram. Would love to see the promotion throughout the city and everyone participating. Volition Franklin works again with a lot of partners that have been displaying Light Unite Red messaging on the electronic signs out at the fire department, the school district, and the city of Franklin. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone who has done that. With that, we are doing some prevention activities to promote healthy lifestyles at the high school throughout the community. Members will be providing educational resources and encouraging participation throughout this week's events. So thank you to all the members and council and mayor for your support for this week. We're very excited to be able to talk about prevention and promote healthy lifestyles throughout the city.
Well, thank you very much for all your hard work. Anybody from the council wishing to add anything? Mr. Barber, anything on that?
It's my privilege to serve on that commission. It's my privilege to serve with the people that are on that commission. It's a good group, and it'll always be a joy.
Thank you. Thank you very much again. Moving on to C, approval of the minutes, regular common council meeting minutes of March 5th, 2024. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Further discussion, Mr. Craig.
Item G7, the vote total is incorrect. It reads 501. It should just be 51.
Madam Clerk. He's correct. 5-1. 5-1. That'll be noted and changed. 5-1. So we still have a first and a second. Is that still accurate?
Yes.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. D. David, we have no hearings. E. Edward, no organizational business. F. Frank, no letters and petitions. One of the things I would like to ask after G1, let me back up 1 minute. Given the length of the 39 agenda items and everything else, we will do, like we did 2 meetings ago, have frequent 5-minute breaks. So everybody, if you could just stay tight, and about every hour, hour and 15 at the most, we'll do a 5-minute. If that's just to keep everybody here and keep things flowing. In addition to that, I'm looking to have item G as in George 37 moved up to be the second item of tonight, just because we've got people here. We've got some discussion from a member of the Board of Water Commissioners that will be discussing some things, and this is kind of a real big deal, and I'd rather have that now if we can address that. So if that's going to be okay with everybody, that'd be great. Now I'll move forward to item G1. This is the Milwaukee County Sound Study will be discussed on April 9th. We're going to be having a committee of the whole meeting. Last meeting, we talked about the actual sound study, the magnitude of it. It is a large document that we are going to be looking at a little more in depth, and opposed to basically dissecting it during a normal council meeting and having that. We're actually going to have a committee of the whole meeting on April 9th, and that's at what time? 6:30 p.m.? Yes. So 6:30 p.m. April 9th, we'll be discussing that. That gives everyone up here that hasn't been refreshed in it a chance to refresh and get their head around everything so they can discuss it and we can look for solutions to move forward. So at this point, that's the only item on that. So now we will move forward. They're very thick binders tonight. And this, for the people that are in the room, this is going to be going into a closed session. So what we're going to do is we're going to read this. I'll be reading this motion to go into a closed session because we are going to be talking about negotiations. So then everyone will have to leave. We'll try to do it as quickly as we can to come back to open session and continue in the regular order. So I definitely appreciate your time in this. So what I'll do is I'll read this motion. A motion to enter into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin State Statutes 1985, sub 1, sub E, to deliberate upon information, terms, and provisions of the potential provision of public water supply to the city of Franklin as related to the city, the Franklin Municipal Water Utility, and its customers in 2024 and beyond, and the potential negotiation of terms in relation thereto, including but not limited to potential amendments to the agreement for Oak Creek to provide water at wholesale to Franklin, potential agreement terms with alternate public water supply sources, including but not limited to the city of Milwaukee and Milwaukee Water Works, a financial analysis study of long-term water supply, and the investing of public funds and governmental actions in relation thereto for competitive and bargaining reasons, and to re-enter open session at the same place thereafter to act on such matters discussed therein as it deems appropriate.
Mayor, may I politely ask that when those leave, because we have such a large crowd of people this evening, out of respect, that if they can move down the hallway that way or down the hallway past the clerk's office so that we can hear? Because
Sure.
oftentimes we have a hard time
Right
hearing.
next door back here is a open room. There's also room over here. And I know when we go into closed session, there are signs posted on the doors that say stay back 5 feet. That's just for the norm, so not to be offensive. But so there is room over here to seat and next door here in the citizen. And when we do open up into open session, you will hear you'll say they say something like, hear ye, we're open. That hasn't changed since like 1776, so that's how we're gonna do that. Okay, good point. Alderwoman, do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to go into closed.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Alderman Holfer.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Barber.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
6 ayes, no, motion carries. We are slowly going into this closed session, and thank you all very much. You need some water, my friend. Where's that gallon? Just hammer it.
Recording stopped.
Once we go double digits on the hour, I'll get the second ones in the car.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Where do you live?
I had issues with the walkie-talkie.
It's 8:04 p.m., 8:04 p.m.
Justin's.
Madam Clerk, could you please read the motion? No problem.
To direct staff to prepare a contract pursuant to the draft term sheet contingent upon the general approval of the term sheet by the city of Oak Creek.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Barber.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Holfer.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nos, motion carries. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. It's 8:05. We'll be back at 8:10. Who says there's no humor in city government?
Still,
Kelly, did you pause that? Did you pause that again? I don't know.
Recording stopped.
And streaming. Yeah.
We are going to go back to letters and petitions. Alderwoman Eichman would like to read a letter in from a constituent at this time. Alderwoman Eichman, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't quite prepared to read this as I thought it was going to be read by someone else this evening. However, I do feel it's important that it is read, as I did make that promise to the constituent that it would be addressed this evening. I may not go into the full detail of it, but the gist of it is we have 38 more items or so on the agenda tonight, and we have a full crowd here waiting. It is addressed to the mayor, city administrator, Franklin Common Council, city clerk, and the city attorney. It is from a Franklin resident in District 2, which is the district I represent, from a Richard Bushalaki. I do not have Mr. Bushalaki's address memorized, nor is it on here. However, he is a resident of District 2 in Tuckaway Shores. It's in regards to election sign ordinance enforcement. Mr. Bushalaki writes, I am asking that this letter please be read into the upcoming meeting of the Franklin Common Council by my alderwoman, Michelle Eichman, or the city clerk. It has come to my attention that an email was sent today to all of the alderpersons from the Director of Administration informing them that the city will not enforce the election sign ordinance any longer. Please note, this is my verbiage, that the date on this email is March 13th, 2024. And back to Mr. Bushalaki's words, in the director's opinion, the ordinance is in conflict with the federal ruling. As a former elected official, as I believe he did serve for a short time in Greendale, I am certain that the Director of Administration does not have the authority to enforce an ordinance on the books. Only the Common Council has the ability to change or modify an ordinance. If it is on the books, it must be enforced. It was indicated that there is an issue with some federal ruling, but that's been in place for several years and hasn't been an issue in the past. The real issue here is that there were 2 candidates who decided to not follow the rules. Again, this is Mr. Bushalaki's verbiage, and placed signs in every right of way. All other candidates followed the rules and worked as part of the election process to identify supporters to properly post signs at their premises. It appears that our city administration once again wants to penalize candidates who follow the rules and give an unfair election advantage for those candidates who do not want to follow the rules. If candidates do not follow rules now, what kind of elected officials will they be? Did the Common Council just last week pass a resolution indicating to confirm internal procedures on entertainment events and the required permitting and processes municipal officials and staff shall apply to obtain uniform application for the protection of health, safety, and well-being of the community. Now, 1 week later, you are choosing based upon, I believe he means to see based upon, it says based coupon, an email from the Director of Administration to not enforce an ordinance on the books. Was there an opinion from the city attorney or a threat of lawsuit? I do not believe so. Again, Mr. Bushalaki's words I'd like to just add in for those that may just be tuning in at home. The city has an obligation to follow the ordinance on the books unless the Common Council changes the ordinance. If candidates for election cannot follow the rules, they should not be running for elective office. I am sure the Department of Engineering had better things to do than to go around the city and collect campaign signs that were in the right of way. Shame on those candidates. It goes on several more pages, as you can see
Go ahead, read
here,
it.
listing reminders of the municipal codes, prohibited areas for signs and billboards. You want me to read all?
Well, that was, you brought, the clerk came and went to her office to retrieve it, so it would be read on the record,
Well,
so.
right, Mayor, I
please.
understand, but it was ahead of schedule. It was to be read under the letters.
Okay.
The clerk and I had discussed that, of who was
read
going
it.
to
Go
read
ahead.
it. And I wanted to address it as I am the automatic representative of
So
this
continue to read it.
constituent. As a reminder, the following is Municipal Code, Franklin Municipal Code 2104B. 3.4 indicates prohibited areas for signs and billboards. 3, no sign or billboard shall be constructed, erected, or maintained which shall be nearer to the street or highway than the established base setback line provided by the zoning regulations of the city. 4, no signs accepting official city, county, or state regulatory signs shall be erected, installed, or posted on or within any public right-of-way within the corporate limits of the city. Franklin Municipal Code 2106 L indicates L, political signs that comply with all their sections of this chapter, provided that they be removed within 10 days after an election, and they do not exceed 35 square feet in size in non-residential districts. Following is the Wisconsin State Statutes. 12.04 4A provides municipalities the ability to regulate the size, shape, or placement of a sign. If the city does not address this matter in the upcoming Common Council meeting and indicate that they will follow the state statutes, I will have a former, again, Mr. Bushalaki's verbiage, letter ready to send to the Wisconsin Elections Commission and the State Attorney General. 12.04, since you want me to continue, Mayor, communication of political messages.
Absolutely.
1, in this section, A, election campaign period means 12.041A. 1, in the case of an election for office, the period beginning on the first day for circulation of nomination papers by candidates, or the first day on which candidates would circulate nomination papers were papers to be required and ending on the day of the election. 2, in the case of a referendum, the period beginning on the day on which question to be voted upon is submitted to the electorate and ending on the day in which the referendum is held. B, political message means a message intended for a political purpose or a message which pertains to an issue of public policy of possible concern, but does not include a message intended solely for a commercial purpose. C, residential property means property occupied or suitable to be occupied for residential purposes and property abutting that property for which the owner or renter is responsible for the maintenance or care. If property is utilized for both residential and non-residential purposes, residential property means only the portion of the property occupied or suitable to be occupied for residential purposes. 2, except as provided in subsection 12.03 or 12.035 as restricted under sub 4, any individual may place a sign containing a political message upon residential property owned or occupied by that individual during an election campaign period. 3, except as provided in sub 4, no county or municipality may regulate the size, shape, placement, or content of any sign containing a political message placed upon residential property during an election campaign period. 4A, a county or municipality may regulate the size, shape, or placement of any sign if such regulation is necessary to ensure traffic or pedestrian safety. A county or municipality may regulate the size, shape, or placement of any sign having an electrical, mechanical, or audio auxiliary. B, In addition to regular under Part A, a municipality may regulate the size, shape, or placement of a sign exceeding 11 square feet in area. This paragraph does not apply to a sign which is affixed to a permanent structure and does not extend beyond the perimeter of the structure. If the sign does not obstruct a window, door, fire escape, ventilation shaft, or other area which is required by an applicable building code to remain unobstructed. Thank you for this time and attention to this matter. And again, this is written by a Mr. Richard Bushalaki, and this should have been read during letters and petitions earlier in the meeting. So as
Thank you,
promised
Alderwoman.
to my constituent, it was read. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Going back to G2, standards, findings, and decision of the City of Franklin Common Council upon the application of Greg Marceau, applicant for a special exception to certain natural resource provisions of the City of Franklin Unified Development Ordinance. Is Mary next coming on this one? And thank you for staying. I know this is extremely important, and that's why.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be as brief as possible. So this is a request by Greg Marceau for a natural resource special exception for 7570 South Kensington Way. The subsequent item on your agenda is a conservation easement related to this NRSE. Staff is recommending approval. The Environmental Commission reviewed this item at their most recent meeting and forwarded their recommendation to you as part of your packet. I don't have a signed copy of that with me tonight, but they did both execute the overall document.
Yes.
Plan Commission likewise recommended approval. The NRSE is subject to the standard conditions. So this is a request for impacts to wetland setback, and wetland buffer related to a single-family home property where the applicant would like to fill and grade to eventually construct a single-family home. As part of this approval, there has also been a stormwater review, which is not subject to this approval, but engineering does that separately, and you heard commentary from that. Many members of the community came out to speak in favor of this, both at Environmental Commission and at Plan Commission. So the total disturbance to wetland is 9,202 square feet, and then there is also disturbance to 5,360 square feet of wetland buffer and 4,150 square feet of wetland setback. So as you know, NRSE approvals are permanent. Staff did have additional recommended conditions of approval. That the wetland boundary have conservation signage or boulders placed to delineate the areas as protected, that the applicant provide a conservation easement for remaining natural resources. That easement is currently under review and is in your packet for approval next. And then we also will be requiring updated and confirmed wetland delineation reports as some aspects of their previously obtained permitting had lapsed. So with that, we're recommending approval for this and for the subsequent item, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'd like to go ahead and make
Alderwoman
a
Eichmann.
motion to adopt, I'm making the motion, Mayor, to adopt the standards, findings, and decision of the City of Franklin Common Council upon the application of Greg Marceau, applicant for a special exception to certain natural resource provisions of the City of Franklin Unified Development Ordinance.
Second. So we got a first and a second. So any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Moving forward, item G is in George, number 3. Marion, you still got the, a resolution authorizing certain officials to accept a conservation easement for and as part of the review and approval of a natural resource special exception by Greg Marceau, applicant and property owner, 7520 West Kensington Way.
Second.
We've got a first and a second, and the motion is listed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Well done, thank you. Hope this fixes the water mess. G4, again in D2. Concept review for a mixed-use development located at 9661, 9745, and 9821 West Loomis Road, 9710, 9760, and 9824 West St. Martin's Road, 9530 West Putes Road, and 9355 West Brentwood Park Drive. Mr. Fuchs, good evening.
Hello. So this is a concept review for mixed-use development. It's at the southeast corner of Loomis and Highway 100. There's several properties. The majority, all but one, are zoned PDD number 36, and then there's a 22-ish acre parcel zone PDD number 31, which is the same zoning as the multifamily to the north. PDD 36 was created in 2012 when a Meyer store development was proposed. That obviously did not end up happening. In the packets, the applicant has provided concept plans for these different areas. The PDD number 36 land, there's two concept plans, one from 2021 that includes 300 dwelling units and then a lot of civic community type amenities, a community building, splash pad, seasonal market, ice rink, fire pit, amphitheater, and a dog park. They later updated that. The current concept plan that's in the packet, the March 13th, 2023 plan, includes 251 units and two 15,000 square foot retail buildings and a dog park. It's my understanding that the retail buildings were added and this plan updated based on staff feedback at that time. The PD number 31 property, again, there are two plans in the packet. One is more the original concept from 2012, which included 286 senior apartment dwelling units. The updated 2023 plan has 337 dwelling units. That is primarily planned as age restricted, 55 years or older. The current concept plans also, the originals had a road extending south to Putes Road. The new plan would have this road from Brentwood Park and Highland Park Avenue would go south and then west over to Loomis Road and not have that Putes Road connection. There are natural resources on the site. Staff would anticipate recommending that those be avoided, so no impacts to the natural resources as the applicant would continue to plan out this development. But generally, I believe the applicant's here to present their plan for the sites, and they're looking for feedback on how to proceed.
Thank you. At this point, before the applicant, is the applicant here? Okay. If you'd like to briefly come on up and briefly explain what you got going on. You're welcome to come to the table, sir, if it,
Thank you, Mayor.
sure, absolutely, welcome. And if, when you start talking, just please state your name and business address is fine for the record.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Nelson and council members. My name is Ryan McMurtry from United Financial Group, 660 West Ridgeview Drive in Appleton, Wisconsin. And while he's setting those up, real quick summary, United Financial Group is a multi-generational family-owned company with 40 years of experience owning and operating apartment communities in Wisconsin, and currently have a portfolio exceeding 3,500 units, all in Wisconsin. One of those properties that you might all be aware of is Forest Hill Highlands age-restricted 55-plus senior community, which is directly northeast of the concept plans that we will be discussing tonight. So as Nick stated, the primary goal is to elicit feedback from all of you to determine if we're on the right track with these plans, with the goal of proceeding forward with refining these designs in preparation for a formal submittal. So the two sites that we have, you have a contextual map in your packet as well, but just to put it in perspective, the two sites are directly adjacent to each other. So we are calling, so this is the intersection of West Loomis Road, West St. Martin's Road. So there's the Crossroads parcel which is about 30 acres directly east of this intersection, currently zoned PDD, about 30 acres in Aldermanic District Number 2. Directly east of that is the site which is currently zoned PDD number 31, also in Aldermanic District Number 2, about 26.5 acres directly south of West Highland Park Avenue and directly north of Putes Road. So as we sought to develop this plan, our primary goals were to implement the city's vision for creating a village center out of respect for the Crossroads Trade Area Regulating Plan that was developed earlier in the 2000s. We wanted to embody the city's tagline of celebrating quality of life. We wanted to provide connectivity that you will see here between West Loomis Road and West Highland Park Avenue to ensure a cohesive development. And probably most importantly is to design something and build something that will serve as a catalyst for the redevelopment of this surrounding area of the city. I'm going to be real brief on the history. UFG has worked diligently in the city of Franklin for almost 30 years. We actually initially acquired the 26.5 acre site in 1997 and subsequently purchased the land to the northeast, which currently contains Forest Hill Highlands, a 334 unit 55 plus site in 1998. Forest Hill was developed between 2002 and 2020. And UFG approached the City of Franklin planning staff in 2012, specifically on this 26.5 acre site. And we did obtain approvals. You pull up the old plan. We did obtain approvals for 286 units in 2012. However, we never brought that project to fruition as a result of our concerns about what was happening to the west on the Crossroads site. As a result, we approached the city in the summer of 2020 to ask about what the intended use was for that corner parcel. And at that time, we were told that the only interested investors were gas station operators and storage facility operators. This was extremely concerning to us given the large investment we already had in Forest Hill Highlands, and was also completely in conflict with our goal of this development seamlessly integrating with the surrounding area. As a result, at that point, we had to adopt a defensive posture and to protect our investments. So immediately after that meeting, we contacted the listing broker for the 30-acre site at the corner, and we are informed that that site had been in receivership for nearly 10 years. As a result, we, in the face of ambiguity, we decided to contract the site in the fall of 2020. Unfortunately, part of our contract required the seller to deliver a clean phase one. During the due diligence process, we did discover that there were some environmental issues with the site that would require remediation. We did find a way to amend our contract and come to closing in June of 2021. In the summer of 2021, July, we met with planning staff to present the initial concept plan, which you will see over on the side, which Nick mentioned, focused on a variety of civic uses at the corner with the goal of defining this area as the southern gateway to the city of Franklin and serving as a catalyst for the surrounding area. To the east of the civic uses are two high-end Paragon Place brand non-age restricted apartments. So these are pictures that would reflect similar architecture and designs that would be indicative of that architecture and quality. Lots of windows and primarily masonry facades. Let's see. We received positive feedback on that concept plan. We went forward, had a neighborhood meeting in September of 2021. The neighbors also responded favorably at that time, which led us to make a concept presentation on October 19th of 2021. And we also received positive feedback at that time. As a result, we continued to communicate with the city of Franklin, at that point with the Director of Administration, Peggy Steno, and we communicated at that point that given the blighted nature of the site that the development of this site to the highest and best use would require the creation of a tax incremental financing district. In conjunction with that communication, we brought on Baker Tilly as a consultant to help us with the TIF analysis, and we also employed Lexington Realty to do a site analysis. Lexington Realty determined that as a result of the median incomes of the surrounding area, given the lack of access to a highway, and given the blighted nature of the intersection, they projected that our rents would be 18% to 22% below those achieved at Baylow Village. So this further confirmed the need for a tax incremental financing district in this location to provide for the type of development that we feel would build the momentum for the transformation of this area of the city. So again, that was the initial plan in 2021, but during those discussions with the TID, the city informed us that a mixed-use TID would be more likely to be supported by the city. So at that point, that is where we swapped out the civic uses at the corner for the retail components that you now see today. So those are two single-story, 15,000 square foot retail buildings, and they've been located to ensure maximum visibility, promote foot traffic, and patronage for those users, and still provides us with the opportunity for gateway signage and very strong landscaping feature at that intersection. We would be targeting users that would activate the corner and exist synergistically with the adjacent apartments, and we would be looking for users that would not be 24-hour users. This would provide synergy with the apartments and would also respect the previously approved Crossroads Trade Area Regulating Plan. There's also a central commons adjacent to the retail users. This could be allocated to the retail users or could potentially be a public amenity that could be used for flooding for a ice rink, a small amphitheater, potentially food truck parking area, anything like that. So again, this is a concept plan that we're looking to elicit feedback from all of you that we can refine in further detail in response to your feedback. And then to go through the different buildings, Building A is 149 units. That is a 4-story component to relate to the central commons and steps down to 3 stories on the sides. The core amenity package would be located in the eastern portion of Building A. This would be to take advantage of the views into the wetlands and also to be centrally located so that those amenities would be easily accessible by everything that would be part of the Paragon Place product type, which again is non-age restricted, high-end market rate apartment development. Each of these buildings would contain a smaller gathering spaces, fitness areas so that the residents would have access to amenities. But again, the core amenity package with the pool, larger gathering spaces would be concentrated on the east side of Building A. Building 3 is 42 units. Building C is 60 units. And you will see that even though this is a suburban development, we are trying to take advantage of the natural elements of the site, but we are trying to employ quality urban development practices by orienting the buildings to activate the streets, and we did our best to hide all of the surface parking behind the buildings, so it will have a very walkable feel. So then those, then transitioning to the east, we have PDD 31. So again, just to give a brief summary of what is currently approved today, you will see we have a 130 unit age restricted 55 plus building to the northeast, 24 age restricted townhomes in the southeast, 42 market Paragon Place. This would be non-age restricted townhomes in the southwest, and 90 units of Paragon Place non-age restricted apartments with underground parking and elevators. So this is currently approved. This is what was approved in 2012, 286 units. These approvals remain in place today. And you will see that part of the logic with this design is that we were so concerned with what was going to happen to the west that we concentrated all the density and the majority of the density to the east, given how sensitive our age-restricted residents are to noise issues. However, given that we were able to acquire the site to the west, that provided us with the flexibility to redesign this in a more mindful way. So that is why you have seen the new evolved plan. So this is the 22.5 acre section here. So we now were able to move the larger age-restricted building to the west. This will allow our residents to have views into the wetland natural area. And again, this building would be based on our new flagship Highlands at Arrow Park development, which just opened in Menominee Falls, directly north of Brookfield. The pictures in your packet are the same as these. This just opened in October. So the building that is in, again, the northwest of the 22.5 acre site would be commensurate with this building and the quality of these. This building that we just built has a 15,000 square foot amenity package, indoor pool, community room, club room, guest suites, multiple types of fitness centers, both with strength cardio and fitness on demand, maker spaces, and internet cafe. So very highly amenitized. So that core amenity package would be here. We would also have another age-restricted building, 60-unit building to the northeast. That would contain some smaller amenities, but the core would really be here. To the south, you will see everything, just so everybody's aware, the white buildings would be Paragon Place product. The dark building would be the age-restricted Highland product. So south here, building F is a 72 unit building. And then these down here are single-backed, meaning you get light all the way through the building, 3-story row house product type. So we have 2 9-unit buildings and a 7-unit building. And as Nick mentioned, some big changes between these designs is that the initial design, because we did not have access to the west, had the road going all the way north-south. We consciously decided to eliminate that connection to Putes Road now that we have this connectivity from West Loomis Road to West Highland Park Avenue, because we didn't want to turn this into a thoroughfare that would negatively impact the current rural feel of Putes Road. So these are really essentially single-family type homes. It would be rentals, but those would relate to Putes Road. But all the other development would be served by this road up here. So the other big thing is that, again, given now we have the comfort of control of what happens to the west, we were able to move that density west, which we feel provides a much more logical transition from the single-family neighborhoods to the east and to the south. Primarily, the home located right here. So not only did this acquisition allow us to move the density, it allowed us to eliminate that connection, and we consciously placed our large stormwater feature directly on that eastern property line to be respectful of that neighbor to the east and serve as a focal point for traffic as it's driving throughout. Final comments, something that has stayed the same. We do have a wetland walking path that would be public accessible to kind of weave together the public and private aspects of this development. And finally, I just want to say that I did speak with John O'Malley last week, and he was quite excited about the proposal. He does have everything that you have in front of you. He was given. I briefly walked through everything with him, and he said, he told me that he is excited about the opportunity to potentially work collaboratively with the city to work together to make something special happen at this intersection. So that is the overall summary of the project. We are very grateful for the opportunity to present in front of you today. Look forward to your questions and comments, and are excited to collaborate with all of you to hopefully build something special at this intersection.
Well, thank you, and thank you for, hanging out here, because this is going to be a long one for all of us. But one of the things that I know when I had an opportunity to tour, it was like a high-end resort. It was very impressive, and I had a number of takeaways And I think number one was like the cleanliness. And it wasn't just like surface. I mean, it was like somebody took a wipe. I mean, it was, the whole place was just immaculate. And your staff was friendly, and, you know, we kind of, you know, it wasn't, you didn't say anything was off limits. I mean, we went everywhere. And we went everywhere by design to see, you know, what are we looking at here? Is it just smoke and mirrors, or is it the real deal? And it was very impressive. Your whole development was very high quality. I mean, everything, the pool, the workout room, everything was just phenomenal. But one of the lighthearted takeaways I got, and I know you know where I'm going with this, is the dog park. You have a little dog park, and the dog park was immaculate. And I said, well, where's all the dog waste? So if you could touch on what the technology you use, which is amazing,
We do.
and the ramifications.
We do DNA test every single dog at our properties. We had an issue, I will say, historically in 2013, and I found out about this at a conference. So every resident that moves in with their dog, they are DNA tested, and if any, I'll say, gifts are discovered on the site, they are sent off, they are tested, they are connected with the resident. The resident is fined and given a warning. And the second time, the fine becomes more substantial. And then the third time, they are given a 5-day notice.
To vacate.
Yes.
You kick people out.
They have to correct this. They have to correct the situation.
This place looked like a top-end golf course, and I'm like, how is that a dog park?
Yeah.
So thank you. I'll open it up to the floor right now. Alderwoman Eichmann.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, nice to see you again,
Nice
and
to
your
see you.
father as well.
Thank you.
I just wanted to state for those that are here, those listening at home, we, as a city, probably don't repeat this enough. With this being a concept review, it's an informal, high-level perspective presentation of a potential, important word, potential land use project by a developer to Common Council. Oftentimes, when there's a concept review, spreads like wildfire on social media and the Journal Sentinel and so forth that the City of Franklin is committing to this project. This is a concept review, just to repeat again. Thank you. Several of the questions that I had have already been answered with this really detailed display. A lot has changed. If you recall, you met with myself as the alderwoman of the district.
Yep.
And I'm disappointed I didn't get to go on that tour.
And I want-
Maybe we can schedule. I didn't know there was a tour.
I wanted to offer that to everybody
Right.
on the council to tour. Reach out. We can either do it as a group,
Yeah, that'd
or
be
I
great.
can cater to your schedules individually.
Jesse just said walking quorum.
Yeah.
He doesn't even say it anymore. He just thinks it.
Well, with the
permeates.
alder, with
It
the
just-
alder, one alder
No,
of the
I thought
district.
invite the entire community.
Absolutely.
Along.
Well, with the alder of the
And a
district would be
bus.
nice.
Buses.
Yep.
Couple buses.
The alder of the district. As you recall, last that we had talked, you had sat down with myself and Alderman Helfler to go over some plans. A lot has changed since then.
Yes.
Again, a lot of the things that I had questioned on, such as the dog park, who'd be maintaining that? You answered that quite well.
It's awesome.
That's amazing, actually. One concern that I see noted in here from the fire department is resources would need to be added to the city as far as that, but there's, you know, Franklin is growing and growing and growing, so that's something that I feel personally already needs to be done, regardless of this project or not. One concern stated in here too, of course, is going to be the TIF. You know, we've discussed that prior, before some of these changes were made on this project, and that's really all right now that I have to see, and we can open up the floor to the other alders, so I yield. Thank you.
And just real quick response on the dog park. What we're showing here right now is ideally what we'd love. There is a facility in Menominee Falls right now. I have not reached out to them yet because I wanted to see how these meetings would go. They actually run a business where they have a dog park, they have a brew pub, they do some daycare there. In a perfect world, we would lease that space to them. They would have the dog park. We might have a private one here that we would be doing the DNA testing on. But in a perfect world, we would be partnering with that type of organization that would be providing a unique type of service to this community, would be synergistic with the apartments, and would alleviate this city from having to do any of that maintenance.
Wonderful. One more quick question, if it's okay, Mayor. Ryan, do you have a particular size of dogs or breeds that would not be welcome? I know a lot of times apartment units and so forth only allow dogs up to 25, 30 pounds. Is there a limit?
We have different rules for our Paragon Place product type, which is the non-age restricted product type, as opposed to the Highlands product type. And that's simply a function of at our Highlands, our residents age in place, and we want to be careful about someone coming in when they're very healthy and strong with the 80-pound dog, but then they age in place, and then they can no longer handle that dog. So we do have an age restriction at the Highlands of 45 pounds. We also prevent dogs from being on the top floor of all of our apartments to always have a place for people with allergies and to alleviate sound concerns. On the Paragon Place product type, we do not have any weight restrictions there now. We do have some minor breed restrictions that are a function of our insurance companies.
Thank you. I yield, Mayor.
Alderwoman Day?
I have just a couple of questions, and thank you for the presentation. I remember when I saw this a few years ago, when I was in a different capacity with the city. So I was, impressed with that, and even more impressed with the design. Now I think this is definitely a better fit for Franklin. So just a couple of the questions that I have. We've talked with another developer about another potential development a little bit further up the road on Loomis, and they were having issues with the state with getting access onto Loomis Road. Have you addressed that or talked to the state at all? I know that you're cutting in a road there. Have you talked to them at all? Are they agreeable to that, or?
Yes, we've had discussions, our engineer has had discussions, and this is a right to have this access point onto West Loomis.
Okay, good. That's a good hurdle to have overcome. Second point, you talked a little bit about surrounding area and the assessments that you've done with your financial institution about kind of the market value of the apartments. What are you looking at rent-wise? Are you looking to be comparable rent-wise with some of the other apartments that are coming in? And then for the senior side of it, do you have any that are income controlled, or are they all basically open to anyone? How are your rent prices going to be
At
calculated?
this site, we would currently be proposing it as all market rate, meaning no low-income housing tax credits or income caps associated with it, and the rent levels would be commensurate with some of the other developments that are in the area, and that's where the disconnect is occurring financially, because to be frank, if we didn't own these developments already, we would not have made this acquisition. It was a defensive, protective play. And we have a vision that we do feel that this could be something really special, and we want to build a high-end quality luxury product. But given we are the first catalyst in this area, that's where we need the help with the TID to be created to bridge that gap.
Okay, and then my final question, I'm impressed with the dog waste. That is genius. I love that. My background, just for your knowledge, is in public health. And so naturally, when people talk about dog parks, it kind of gets my attention. So you mentioned that initially your thought with what you're showing us today is that the dog park would be private to the individuals that reside within, or are you thinking about it being a public dog park?
In a perfect world, we would find a private user that would provide a public amenity to be used, like a restaurant. So this specific user, people come in, they have a beer or they grab some food, and the dogs are able to roam free. So that would be all open to the public, and they would maintain it. We've had some thoughts, given the location of this dog park, that our residents might have a small section reserved for their use that could potentially connect on to that area. But we'd like to find a way, because we wouldn't be capable of maintaining a public dog park for everybody in the city.
Or enforcing.
Yes.
Or enforcing the rules, so.
Which is
Chaos.
where I'm going.
Yes.
Good. Well done.
It would be chaos, and I'll be honest, I'm a huge dog person, but there are logistical and safety issues associated with this.
Exactly.
So the goal would be that there would be, and this is, again, conceptual, and in a perfect world, I'd have to go talk to the users. But in a perfect world, we'd have a smaller private dog park specifically for our residents. We would maintain that, we would control that, we would ensure the rules are followed, and then ideally, we would sell or this building, or we would lease the building out to a type of user where that is their business and that is what they specialize in.
And I'm sure, given the diligence you're taking to make sure that the dog parks and the other facilities are kept clean, that you're also ensuring that any resident that resides there keeps their animals up to date on all their rabies vaccines, correct?
Yep, when residents move in, they do have to show that they have their proper vaccinations for their dogs.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Those are my questions for right now. Thanks.
Alderman Holfer.
Nice to see you both again. This is an instance where I think the delay was good. So I like this layout very much. It looks much more open, and I think that extra time has allowed you to do some really good things. I would ask, I'm sure this would be a phased-in project. What kind of timing are you looking at, so we might have a better handle on, like how many residents or units a year, so we could plan for police, fire, and those kind of things?
Yes, great question. Given the nature of our financial structure, we're family-owned, we're 100% self-funded, we use no outside capital, so this is all funded by our company. As a result, that is how we phase our projects. We phase them to allow for absorption to mitigate risk. Typically, it would be contingent on absorption, and you can speak up if you feel differently, but we would ballpark somewhere between 30 to 60 units per year coming online. So it would be a controlled development. For example, this is about 150 units. We would expect that that would be built in 3 phases. And we have a lot of experience building larger contiguous facilities in a phased manner. When Mayor and Kelly were able to tour our facility, they were able to see that type of project there. Building 3, a 42-unit building, that would likely be 1 phase. 60-unit building, what we've done is we call it white boxing. What we would probably do in a building like that is from the outside, it would look totally complete, but maybe 30 or 40 units would be open for occupancy 1 year, and then the other 30 would come on after that. But the simple answer to your question is this would definitely be phased, and ballpark, I would say 30 to 60 per year, contingent on absorption.
What would the timeline be in the commercial then?
That would be based on finding users. As of right now, based on our current pipeline, we would love to break ground on this in 2027 with the potential of installing infrastructure earlier.
Okay, and then I would just add the benefit to me of working with you folks is you hold the properties, you don't build them and churn them, so you have an investment that you take care of through the life of the building, which I greatly appreciate. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a unique structure. There's a lot of companies that either build or they invest or they manage or they develop. We build it. We work with the consultants to design it. We keep it long-term. It's closely held. We have no intention to sell. And again, we also manage it ourselves. I will tell you that if a resident has a complaint, I hear about it rapidly. Information gets to me quickly, and we do everything we can to provide a quality living experience for our residents. Alder.
I'm done. Thank you. That answers one of my questions. I just wanted to state, as the alderwoman of that district where the Highlands are, there have been times where I have needed to reach out to you. You're always available. There haven't been many times, because there haven't been many times that residents have contacted me from there. As you know, I have personal family that has resided there in the past and currently resides there. And you've maintained the Highlands very well.
Thank you.
One question that I have is the wetland areas.
Yes.
Because that is one thing that the invasive species and the buckthorn, has come into that pond. You and I have discussed that a few times at the Highlands. Who would be maintaining that on this new property?
I guess we would have to figure that out if it would be dedicated or not. So we might have to have future discussions on that. I guess I would I don't know that I can answer that definitively
That's okay.
at this time. I can tell you that there were some opportunities.
Right. Glenn and I are both pointing at you. We're all these fingers just went wonk. We want nothing to do with it.
And I will tell you, there are some opportunistic wetlands that were in the center of the Crossroads area, and we were able, given that they were determined to be low-quality wetlands, we were able to get fill permits for those wetlands. Those haven't been filled yet, but those have been filled or will be filled. And then these larger areas, the idea would be able to turn this into more of an amenity. And we have done some of the things you'll notice is the buildings are a little further away from the wetlands in this latest iteration. So that concept, we weren't as into the details of the engineering. So we are doing our best to respect the sensitive regulations.
Thank you, Ryan. And I yield, Mayor.
Alderman Craig.
Just a couple things. When you talk about the two different styles or the occupancy,
yes,
and you also talk about the retail space, what are you trying to attract people that are businesses that would be more geared towards that senior experience, or for a broader sort of type of whoever would kind of fill that space?
We would really be open to any of them, and what we've discovered is a lot of users would benefit. I hesitate to isolate a certain user to our Highlands or to our Paragon. If it is a wine bar, a coffee house, dog park, I really think those types of users would transcend age. If we were able to get more of a medical clinic or provide users like that, we would be very open to that as well. So at this time, in a perfect world, it would be synergistic with the development as a whole. Whether or not we would gear towards the Paragon or the Highlands, it would really be contingent on how the market would receive this.
Okay.
And until this meeting occurred, I haven't gone out to approach any potential.
Great. When we talk about the new road that you'd be putting in there, would that be a private road, or would that be something that the city would need to kind of service in terms of snow removal and the like?
Yes, that would be a public road.
Okay.
A public road that we would build and dedicate.
And then what would you is there been any sort of conversations as far as like a traffic study or the impact to the area based on like a full occupancy of your residency?
We have not done a formal traffic impact analysis at this time. But
I will say, we've done over the years, we've done age-restricted communities now. Our experience is that an age-restricted community generates almost all of their traffic during off-peak hours. And so we will actually have the same or less traffic in the age-restricted.
Could you give your dad the mic?
Than a single family. So because of the off-peak travel of the age-restricted, which is about half of this development, that it would not contribute to traffic like a dense project would.
Sure.
It contributes more like a low-density, single-family development. Now, the other half would be a non-age restricted, and so that would be more similar. And as Ryan has indicated, we haven't done a traffic study, but there's a lot of statistical data available. We've had discussions with the DOT to make sure that there wouldn't be traffic lighting requirements like there was that killed the Meijer store. And that in another, as you pointed out, that we could get that access point. It's actually an existing access point. So that was very important to make sure that this was feasible. And as Ryan indicated, you know, the two biggest things that are different about this than what we came with you in the prior design is Tony Hennica, who some of you I'm sure knows is a longtime resident, and that's going back 30 years. We've had a lot of kitchen table meetings with Tony Hennica. And he's we haven't even met with Tony yet. Normally we wanted to get your impressions first, but he's gonna love this because we've moved the large buildings which are currently approved off of his property. And again, the reason that we did that, as Ryan indicated, is when we had the Meijer store there, we had to protect our senior community from the back of the Meijer store. Now we bought the property, the Meijer store went away, we bought that property, so we're controlling the entire development.
Thank you.
And my last question is, you talk about your development in Menominee Falls. What's your take rate there? Is it something where, you know, it's highly coveted, wait list sort of situation, or is it something where, you know, you have a nice steady flow of incoming residents? Like what sort of like appetite is there for what you're proposing?
To clarify, do you mean upon lease up or upon stabilization?
Stabilization.
At stabilization, I can tell you that out of our entire Highlands portfolio right now, and we're just heading into the primary leasing season, we're running at about 98%. And our Highlands Darrow Park development is leasing up effectively at this time, just opened in October and is right around at this point. The first phase is approaching 80% occupancy, given the October opening.
Perfect.
Yeah, our first senior community in Wisconsin, we have 12 communities now, and it represents 80% of our business. If probably everybody knows where Elmbrook Church is. We're across the street from Elmbrook Church, and we have 520 units there. And in our 12 communities, the age-restricted numbers, and I just reviewed them tonight over the last year, 12 to 15% is our annual turnover. Most of those people that leave us are either leaving the earth or leaving for a higher level of care.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Mr. Barber?
You mentioned that you had run this past John O'Malley.
Yes.
What's the link there?
I apologize. I should have said that, sir. John, so I will get the...
Just the fact that he owns the old Sitco, or do you want to go deeper?
So this is the contextual map, and you'll have this in your packet as well. So this is the Crossroads parcel directly east of the intersection. John O'Malley does not own the Walgreens, but he owns all the other land at this intersection. So to really create a cohesive and well-done development, it's really important that all stakeholders are interested in building it at a high level of quality, and he was quite excited when I spoke to him and presented our plan.
Any future partnership things going on?
No, we wouldn't partner with him on it. It would just be the fact that he's interested in being part of the redevelopment process would make this a much more seamless process for building the momentum so that we can build this in a cohesive and high-quality way.
Do you plan on staying independent?
Yes.
Yeah, the history on this, we go back 27 years. We bought this first site on Putes Road, and we were very excited. There was a beautiful planned retail development from the city that didn't happen, and we all know the retail opportunities are much less than they were 25 years ago. In order for this to be successful, quite honestly, is Mr. O'Malley needs to work with us. We're going to do our independent thing. He's going to do his. We're going to do ours, but we'd like to see the city create a catalyst to make this happen. And I don't think Ryan mentioned that, our element of TIF, we're not asking for any financial commitments from the city. We're willing to do this on a pay-go only. And you may have to do more of that to attract investment onto the O'Malley property. We don't expect that same kind of treatment. We're totally comfortable with a pay-go. We're comfortable with putting our entire development in that TID to make it successful for the redevelopment of the O'Malley properties as well.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak at this time? Anything in final closing? If not, we're going to move.
No, I just thank you all for your time and all the work you've put into this community. We've been investing in it for 30 years, and we want to continue investing. And admittedly, this is a pretty rough-looking intersection right now. And what I've said is we've been working on this for almost 4 years now. It's so bad, it's good, because we have the opportunity to essentially have a clean slate. And we're excited because, just to put this in perspective, the gas station operator was calling John not that long ago, and if we wouldn't have made this acquisition, which I was very concerned about, if there would have been a gas station or a storage facility on the 30-acre property, that would have set the tone for the development of the rest of the intersection. we're really hoping to be that first step that sets this tone at a very high level of quality. Because if you look at this land and how this could radiate out, I really see that this could become the new village center as the Crossroads Trade Area Regulating Plan had in mind when it was developed years ago. But thank you all for your time and the work you put in.
Thank you very much. No action requested, no action to be taken. Have a good night, sir. Be in touch.
Well, I guess my only question, do we have feedback or positive reception where we could proceed forward with more detailed designs in a formal submittal?
Mr. City Attorney?
Concept review is just general presentation to the common council. You've heard from the common council to this point, and no action is taken at this point. So the decision on whether to apply and when, et cetera, it's in the hands of the developer.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Moving on to G5, a resolution imposing conditions and restrictions for the approval of a special use for a car detailing use upon property located at 8853 South 27th Street in D4.
Second.
We've got a first and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Item G6 in D6, a resolution, good luck to you. A resolution for acceptance of a stormwater facilities maintenance agreement and a stormwater management access easement for 8930 South 116th Street, tax key number 845-9996-000.
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a first and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G7 in D6, a resolution authorizing certain officials to execute a subdivision development agreement with the subdivider of Cape Crossing subdivision at approximately 12200 West Ryan Road, tax key number 890-1074-000.
Move to approve.
Second.
Oh, Mr. Morrow, we have a first and a second. You catch that, Madam Clerk? Exactly. So we had a first and a second, and Mr. Morrow.
So I want to make sure we point out the fact that this is, during phase one of this development, we talked about donation of a corner lot. Basically, it's isolated from everything else. We were going to make it a trailhead for the 116th Street Trail. A lot of discussion. It came back to Common Council on October 4th, 2022. And the decision was not to make a trailhead, but to indeed accept the parcel. So that parcel was never officially dedicated to us. So we're going to just make that part of the phase two dedication. So it will become part of the city.
We still have a first and a second. Is that accurate motion?
Yes.
Okay, see no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. City Engineer, on that. G8 and D2, authorization to bid electric service upgrades at Lions Legend Park, 8030 South Legend Drive, tax key number 802-9995-001. Which option, Mr. City Engineer?
So at your place tonight, we have a revised G8. Situation is, just for the public's benefit, there's been a discussion that every year civic celebration, woefully inadequate power needs. We've had generators. Even that doesn't seem to suffice. So we're looking to provide something more permanent. And to get this project going this year, I'm not sure it'll happen by July, but We Energies wants to have an easement. I was notified this today, so we're making the change. So this will be a resolution, should you decide to adopt it. If you look at your place, the highlighted version, authorize staff to advertise and bid for the project, and also adopt resolution 2024, yada, yada.
Alderman Eichman.
Thank you, Mayor. As the elder of this district, I think this is wonderful. I've talked to a few that sit on Civic Celebrations Commission, and I greatly appreciate their time in putting this together. To me, it makes perfect sense. One question I have, however, is and obviously they're not here to answer this, but the anticipated, and word anticipated when it comes to money in the city makes me a little bit nervous. Anticipated contribution from Civic Celebrations Commission. So that's not a guarantee. We're just anticipating that's what they may give us or may not give us, or do we have any direction on that? Just so the taxpayers listening.
I understand my staff has talked with commission, and that's what they intend to do. Of course, weird things can happen, and we might be having another discussion, but that's the intention.
Because then my question would be, if that anticipated contribution is not made, where would those funds come from? Would that be more of a, and if we don't have the answer to that tonight.
Can you repeat it?
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat what you said?
Sure. So in talking about the anticipated contribution from the Civic Celebrations Commission, that's listed on here of revenue of $30,000, I was just stating that anticipated contribution, to me, I read that as they may not. If they don't contribute that amount of money, where would those funds come from if we went ahead tonight to adopt this resolution?
So the resolution tonight is just to adopt, basically dedicate an easement.
Okay.
So the actual money, we won't really talk about that until we actually bid this out. And then we would have to have a clear indication where the money's coming from.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. And with that note, I will go ahead to make the motion to adopt the resolution.
And I would second.
We've got a first and a second. Mr. Holt for discussion.
Is my understanding that money was going to come from the reserves from the Civic Celebrations Commission. That's what I was informed last night. So if that's the case, I don't see why it wouldn't. The only, and it's, I don't know if we can make it related to this or not. Last summer, we walked that site. We've got some trip hazard areas. And we can find a way to also incorporate getting some fill leveled out and forth would be most beneficial.
Yeah, I started a conversation with the golf course, and so it's probably due to invite them over to help explain how we could possibly make that more level.
Thank you.
I just want to state, Ed, I'm not sure who you talked to, but I think that we might have to talk offline, or it could be something that I can bring up at another council meeting. But as far as I know, the Civic Celebrations Fund is running a deficit, so I'm not sure what reserves they're talking about pulling from.
Yeah, that was from the chairman, so we should talk
Okay,
together.
Yep.
Okay, great. We've got a first and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G9, authorize amendment number 1 to the memorandum of understanding between the City of Franklin and the Franklin School District to allow for a co-location of equipment for the fiber optic WAN project. Mr. IT Director, good evening, Jim.
This is an amendment to the existing memorandum of understanding that we have between the school district right now, where we share conduit. They share our conduit, we share theirs. Became obvious when we were actually doing the physical design of the network that we have to turn around and actually put equipment in their data center at the ECC building over on Forest Hill Avenue. This is going to the school board on the 20th, and then again, because they have to do it in 2 rounds, on April 10th for it. So this basically is just a co-location agreement that we're putting equipment in their data center, and under the conditions, this is a reciprocity agreement, so there is no cost other than the cost of the racking and some electrical work that we have to do there. But beyond that, at this point, I'm not anticipating any changes coming from the school board, but if they do request any changes, I'll then bring this back again over to the Common Council.
Okay, so we're looking for any further discussion before we look for motion?
Motion to adopt.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you very much. Motion to approve the Director of Health and Human Services to purchase immunization program equipment.
So move.
Second.
See how easy that was? All night. First and a second.
Thank you,
Just
Laura.
hang here. We'll be done by midnight. I'm almost sure.
I'm looking at 1 o'clock.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Presentation by Communities of Crocus. Please, if you'd like to come up, just a few of you to the front here. We're going to give you some mics. Ask, because we're trying to get out of here still on March 19th, that we kind of move it along.
Kelly. Kelly.
We'll start with the Director of Administration, if you've got something on this.
Jim put their presentation on there at the bottom.
So when you come here, please state your name and business address is fine for the record, and then you have the floor.
So my name's Amy Hansel. Sorry, you might want that. Okay, I'll let you do it. My name's Amy Hansel. I'm the co-founder of Communities of Crocus, along with Emily Peters. She's sitting here in the audience. The address for the property in question is at 7521 31st Street.
And my name is Kevin Alabach. I'm an architect at HGA Architects. We're at 333 East Erie Street in Milwaukee.
Thank you and welcome.
So we'll go quickly through this. As you all know, we're called Communities of Crocus. Communities of Crocus is a nonprofit 501c3 that we started, me and Emily. We are both parents of children on the autism spectrum and Down syndrome. Our goal with Communities of Crocus is to create a lifelong living opportunity for our kids and other kids in the Franklin area and surrounding areas where they can live in an inclusive environment and live as independently as possible. So what is our mission? Again, kind of going back to what I said, we're trying to create supportive homes of choice. This is going to be in a community environment. These are not group homes. This is not a CBRF. This is individual homes for these adults to live independently. So here we can briefly go through this. This is an explanation of these children now going into adulthood. Some of them have autism. Some of them have autism and IDD. This just gives you kind of a description of what autism is. Autism, if you see one person with autism, you've seen one person with autism. They are all different, and some of them can be nonverbal, some of them can be verbal. 1 to 36 children in the United States have autism. IDD is kind of a co-diagnosis from autism, and it's intellectual and developmental disability. And this just kind of shows you some of the deficits that these individuals may have. Ability to reason, problem solve, plan, and do different things like that. Many of the children on the autism spectrum also have IDD. So this just gives you a little bit of the statistics in Wisconsin. It shows you the numbers on how many individuals in Wisconsin have a disability. The increase per CDC since 2020 shows that the percentage has gone up about 21%. In Wisconsin alone, we have 64% of people with IDD. 25% of those individuals are living with family caregivers, and the average age of those family caregivers, those parents, are over 60 years old. And then here, the other statistic in Milwaukee County just kind of shows you the number of adults that you have around Milwaukee County that are identified with IDD. And then here in 2019, it's been a while since they've done the statistics on this, but at that time there was 4,700 people on the waiting list for residential services. That number's probably higher at this point. So what we did here on this slide is we kind of put together some of the communities around the country so that you can see that this has been done before, where it's been done, and why it's successful. These are communities that we've actually been to, we visited, we talked to these individuals, we learned their best practices, things that didn't work financially and in the building. And so these are some of those communities. Here in Wisconsin, there is a number of these communities that are popping up. You have Woodside Prairie out in Grafton. They opened up about a week ago. And then you have Journey 21 out in Economowoc. That community has built an enrichment center. That's what you're seeing right there. They have not built their housing yet. And then you have Grace Landing and Brookfield. What we have in common with all these communities is they were all started by parent groups. And so why Franklin? Why did we pick Franklin? Why did we pick this site? It was extremely important for me and Emily to find a site in Milwaukee County that was close to transportation, healthcare, education, and recreational opportunities. We thought this was a great location in the Franklin area, and specifically the land that we're looking at is walking distance to a lot of the amenities. Here, we just wanted to give you an idea of our background and our experience so that you'd understand who's working on this project. Again, it shows me and Emily. We have Andy Palick, one of our directors. He's also here with us. He has extensive experience in real estate projects. We also have Rochelle Chafee. She is the director of the Autism Society in Milwaukee. And then we have Chris Zerbis. He's in the banking industry, and he's also with us today. And these are a number of our partners, Catalyst Construction, and HGA is an architect, and he's here right now. We have Mark Arndt with Catalyst Construction. He's also here with us today, and his wife. We have Hush.
Mr. Arndt's here?
Yes.
I see that. Welcome, sir.
We also have Hush Blackwell. Those are our attorneys, and we have Mike Long here with us today as well. And then Three Leaf, they're part of Catalyst Construction, so Mr. Arndt is also representing for them. And then we have an advertising group, Right Rice Advertising, and that's Corey Rice. We have a number of other partners, but these are our main partners. And what we're going to do now is I'll turn it over to Kevin so he can go through what we're actually doing.
Thank you.
So just start with the site here along South 31st Street, about 43 acres.
You have a pointer? I knew I was waiting for that. I just got a pointer as a gift, but I haven't.
Oh,
no batteries.
Thank you.
Where is it?
So a couple of things to note about the property. Again, heavily wooded here along the western portion. You can see this hatched area is wetlands. Again, we are not proposing to build in any of that. There is a pond here, and then two more recent ponds that were built that capture water and then release it slowly back into the creek river along here at the bottom. Our proposal is really to leave this land. Again, we're looking at a buildable area of about 13 acres along South 31st Street. Again, the natural features of the property to the west would not be touched. It is 4 different parcels. So this northern parcel here is zone B4. The other 3 parcels are zoned R6, and they have an office overlay on them. Talking now about what we are proposing. So again, this is envisioned as a community. We are coming in opposite the Statesman with a very similar in and out into private roads here. This zone right here is phase 1. These are 3 care homes. So I'll show a plan of those in just a moment. And then this is a center, which again, we'll describe in a little bit more detail, but really this is the support for these 3 homes, which have 4 apartments in them. And it's got physical activities, so places for bikes and walking track inside. There's a therapy pool, as well as supportive services like art therapy, music therapy, occupational therapy, again, intending to support the 12 adults with autism living in the care homes. Up along the northern parcel are 6 duplex houses. Again, this is a future phase. Again, these are envisioned as homes for the parents, caretakers, friends, family of the adults with autism that would be living here in the care homes or in the apartment building down here. Again, moving down along the south here, this is a supportive hub building, again, envisioned as training, educational space, serving the broader community on supporting and providing additional training, educational services around autism and disabilities. The yellow blocks are townhouses, again, envisioned for the adults, caretakers, families, and friends of those living in the apartment building or the care homes. And then the pink building is a 32-unit apartment building. This would be for independent living for, again, adults with autism. And the last little building on this southern portion is envisioned as a covered pavilion. It's meant to serve both residents, potentially the broader community, for events, parties, those kinds of things in the wooded area here on the south. Did want to share, we met about 3 weeks ago with the neighbors. There was an invitation sent out at a meeting at the library. This is the plan that we presented there. Again, you can see the original plan had the apartment building here on the north. There was lots of concern from the neighbors there. And that was the main change. This zone of the care homes in the center is still in the same location. But what we really did as we switched that is take these houses and put them to the north adjacent to residential area there. And the apartment then moved down to this location to the south. So there were a couple of other minor things that we took into consideration from the neighborhood meeting, but that was the largest one, to move that apartment building and get houses here. We are looking at, just wanted to share, we are looking at one other option that would, this is a single story building. We are looking at one other option that might put that supportive hub building up here and push the houses to the south. Just wanted to, we're still in kind of concept development, so there are still some things that are fluid as we develop this. Just to quickly look at, again, the care homes, those are the, these 3 red buildings, and there is a 4th one planned that might be in the future. So 3 to start. And then this is the floor plan of those. Again, it's 4 individual units. And then in the center is a common shared space. The units are 1 bedroom. They have full ADA accessible bathrooms. They also have their own kitchen and support space. So independent living around a central core space that includes common laundry, office area, a nurse's station, and again, some shared amenities for the 4 adults that would be living in those homes. This is just a view, again, trying to have these feel residential. These are all 1-story, a blend of masonry and siding. Again, lots of glass. These are intended to be homes. And then quickly, the last section here is on the center of care. Again, that's that orange building here at the center. This is the zone that would be phase 1, the 3 care homes and the center. Again, what's going on in the center, this section here in the middle is activity-based, so a track for 3-wheel bikes, as well as walking. This zone here in the back is for a therapy pool. This center portion here is all of the therapy spaces, so art, music, occupational, physical therapy would be happening there, as well as some officing. And then some additional storage and garage for some vans for the community. So again, just go back to the site plan, and that is our phase 1 here on that northernmost parcel. And then the adjustment that we've made to show housing here for now and push the apartment to the south. But we'd love to hear any comments or questions.
Sure. I'm giving you kind of a softball because this has been talked about, but it's still a concern. Excuse me, financing. How's it financed? Is there long-term financing secured? Is this going to be a project that starts and doesn't get finished? Is it going to be something that's going to turn into something that nobody wants?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So right now we have funding from Bader Philanthropies. They're the ones that started us out. They said they want to see this project be successful. They gave us the initial money and also told us that we could come back for additional funding. We have a large amount of money coming in from Milwaukee County Housing to pay for this. And we are also waiting to hear from Governor Evers on another couple million from them. We are also.
Grants.
Those are grants. Those are not loans. All of that money is grants. It's coming directly to us. What's important to know about that money is that will allow us for phase one, the nonprofit will own Communities of Crocus, the care section. And that's really important because we're not selling it. We're buying this to keep it and run it as the nonprofit. The parents will move into there. So again, we're looking to stay in this community long term.
What about staffing? What kind of staffing will you have on site 24 hours?
Right, great question. So for care, it's 24/7. Each individual is going to have their own team of caregivers. So this is not a situation where you're going to have staff coming in and they're sharing and they're all working with the kids and you have one staff. Each individual has their own apartment and their own staff. And all of these individuals will be on the waiver services, which is through DHS, and that will pay for their care.
Thank you. I will yield. Alderwoman Eichmann.
Thank you for your time coming here tonight. I had the privilege of attending the neighborhood meeting at the library. Would you be hosting other neighborhood meetings, do you feel, again?
Yes, the neighborhood meeting was great. Thank you, Yusef, for coming, and thank you for both of you, the three of you, for coming. And we would potentially hold another neighborhood meeting, yes.
I felt, and this is my personal opinion, that a shift change in the room from, it got pretty emotional. I mean, definitely very emotional in the room. And my heart went out to several that were there and a lot of the parents of children with autistic and disabilities and so forth. But I feel by the end of the evening, there was quite a shift change with questions being answered and people just having a better idea and generalization of what this would be for and what it would give back to the parents with children of that spectrum and so forth. So I really thought it ended positively. I didn't know midway through how it was gonna go, but so I just asked if there would be more neighborhood meetings perhaps down the road and so forth, because there is, as the word gets out more and more about this. There's one person sitting here tonight I wish I would have thought to contact to be at that, and a few others that I know that would probably want to learn more. And I know they can always reach out to you, as you told me to, and there's an excellent website. So
yeah. We've had several of the neighbors reach out to us personally with wanting one-on-one conversations. We brought Mary Lanzer in. She was recommended to us by Catalyst Construction, and she's the one that did the door-to-doors in the neighborhood, and she's the one that ran the community town hall meeting.
it's wonderful. And she was here speaking at Citizen Comment Period, and she's was the mayor of New Berlin as well.
Exactly.
Yep. Thank you.
Alderman Craig.
I just have a couple things. I'm really enthused with this project. I think it's a fantastic thing, and I think it services a lot of people that need that service. But just kind of looking kind of big picture as far as it goes, when we talk about where you're setting up and the walking distance to places, have you already started having conversations with neighbors as far as partners for employment of your residents, where you're able to kind of put all the ducks in a row for someone that has those needs, and maybe it may be something where they're able to have kind of that helping hand to kind of get to where they need to be for independence and for that self-determination?
Yes, we have. We have a number of partners. We've been working on this for several years now. We've been talking to Franklin School District, Oak Creek School District. This property is unique because it's in Franklin, but it's in the Oak Creek School District. So I think the two school districts are going to be fighting for some space inside of our supportive housing hub. We've been talking to the ADRC. The ADRC is really enthusiastic about this project and is talking about putting a satellite office within our supportive housing hub because there is no ADRC anywhere in this area. We've also been in touch with Franklin Public Health Department and Oak Creek Public Health Department about potentially partnering with them. I think the other things that are really important about that supportive housing hub is that it's going to serve not only our individuals, but individuals in the greater community. So Franklin, Greenfield, Greendale, there's really a huge gap in this part of Milwaukee County for the kind of services that these individuals need. The closest services are in the city of Milwaukee.
So I'm glad you kind of touched on that, because when you talk about the kind of the lack of services in this corridor. And, you know, you mentioned about how you didn't want to have anything kind of going beyond into the west. Is that something that may be kind of looked at in the future of like, you know what, we're providing fantastic services. We have a lot of people that want to take advantage of what we're offering. And it just makes sense that, you know, we can add 3-4 more, you know, of the care facilities and being able to service more people that have that need without it being, you know, where everyone's kind of on top of each other. Is that like out of the question, or is that still something that could be kind of examined based on the feedback, based on what the growth level is?
So this site is pretty limited. As Kevin mentioned, we have about 11 to 13 acres. You can't build within those wetlands. I think it's really important to leave the wetlands intact. It's a wonderful, beautiful, natural area, and our goal is for our residents to be able to, you know, walk through that area and use it as natural space. The only real space that we have is what you see within the dotted lines. Potentially, when we're looking at the space where the market is, right at the lower parcel, there's potential to do something down there, but I think it's really important to look at this as a community, and we want individuals to have space. We don't want them on top of each other, so. Yeah.
And then my last question is a little more kind of in the weeds as far as it goes. When you talk about the homes for the individuals, is there going to be where ones may be kind of tailored towards particular needs, such as something where there is a limitation as far as sensory overload or anything of that nature? Or is it going to be kind of, you know what, this is the case where every kind of unit is going to look very much the same regardless?
Now, the care homes are set up as individual apartments, so they're all going to be set up for those individuals. They will look the same, but they'll be set up differently. So there is sensory spaces within those homes. But it's an individual experience. And here's kind of a floor plan of how it's going to look. And the whole goal was to make sure that these individuals have their own homes and that they have their own privacy, their own units, their own address, everything. These are their homes.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Alderman Barber, and then Alderman Holfer.
I'm not going to say a lot. I'm just going to say thank you.
Excellent, Alderman Holfer.
Thank you.
I wanted to thank you for being mindful of the comments and moving that apartment building. And I hope that you'll continue to be mindful as you're looking at what may or may not go up in here. I like the duplexes. I think that would be good for the neighbors. The only other thing, I know we talked about this at the meeting, just be mindful that I would be hoping that we could come into some kind of payment in lieu of taxes on the nonprofit side at that site so we can help offset our city costs.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussions at this time, does anybody have anything else?
Thank you.
Anything in closing quickly? If not, we're going to just basically place on file at this point.
No, I'd just like to thank you all for letting us come and present and for all the support that we've had from just about everybody at City of Franklin, including Marion, including Glenn here, and definitely including Kelly Herschel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. We'll be placing that on file. No action at this time. We're going to have two items and we're going to take a break. So we're going to go to item G12, request common council authorization to allow the fire department to solicit competitive bids for the installation of replacement of source capture vehicle exhaust systems at all 3 fire stations.
Move to approve.
We've got a first. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Barber. Discussion, Alderwoman Eichman.
Just for clarification, for those listening at home, because I received a inquiry, and I believe that the same gentleman was going to call each alder. He's a resident, not in my district, but in another district of Franklin. His concern is putting money into that third station over by the business park, where down the road, potentially, we may close that station and build a new one. But this is, the funds for this are being used, I just wanted to stress, with grant money. This is not coming out of taxpayer money, is that correct?
Chief, is that correct? Welcome.
Yes, thanks. That is correct. And because it was proposed in the grant, we do need to install the equipment. Even if we did build a new facility, it's still probably years down the road. And we did talk to the vendor, at least one of the vendors that's planning on bidding, and many of the components could be reused at a new facility. That would happen.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we've got a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Item G13, authorization to release funds to make the following Police Department 2024 approved budget purchases.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a first and a second. Do we need a roll call on this? No? Good. First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
What?
No.
First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. We will now take a 5-minute break before we go into item G14. It's 9:43. Please come back at 9:48.
Is this where we order the pizza? Sarah? Mayor, is this where you're gonna order us pizza? Since we
No, I'm
have,
gonna be staring at that Sendix.
32 more items. Yeah, you can. I added.
Recording stopped.
That is the best.
Yeah. Right by.
Yes. Yes. Pour it up. I'm good? It's 9:49 PM. We are back in open session. We are missing two alders. Alderwoman Eichman and Alderman Barber are not here. G14, Department of City Development Annual Report 2023. Who's taking this?
Myself. Good evening.
Regulo, good evening, sir.
This is a report for the Department of City Development. It's kind of a summary of last year activities of the department, and it's going to be presented to the mayor, common council tonight, and also to the plan commission on Thursday. So the report kind of summarized the activities of the department on different categories. Development review, that is the process of applications and permits, and also the zoning enforcements and review of complaints. And then it will go to the staff support to different boards and commissions. Then the long-range planning activities,
It
like
is
the
9:50
rewrite.
Hold on. 9:51 PM, Alderman Barber has returned to his seat. Thank you. Any masks? I got 5 in my drawer. Continue, please.
And I will close the presentation for the goals for this year. So the reports focus on basically on quantity of applications. So for last year, so we have the total of applications here. So we have all the applications and also the status of applications. So
Regulo, I'm going to tell you one more time. It is 9:52, and Alderwoman Eichman has returned to her chair. Now, we're all here, so no more interruptions, please.
Thank you.
Gentleman's pace.
So of the total of the 242 applications that we received last year, the department has completed 91% of the application, 220. That means applications that have been reviewed and a decision has been made, either approval or denial of the request. There are still 22 applications that are still pending, and it's expected that to be completed soon. And this table was prepared in February, so these numbers of pending application, now it's lower that we have in this table. I would like also to mention that the forecast that was prepared approximately mid last year for the budget of 2024, that was accurate instead of the total of application when compared to the actual number of applications. The difference was only 7 application and complaints. I will go now to enforcement. Okay. Basically, this table has a summary of all the complaints that the department has received last year by type of complaint, going for noise, quarry, accessory structures, use without permit, a structure without permit, etc. And then we review for the status of each complaint. So of the total of complaints, 85% of the complaints have been reviewed and closed. For 3% of the complaints, staff have reviewed. The complaint has found a violation and sent a notice of violation to the owner. And there are 12% of complaints that are still open. And staff had a meeting about 3 weeks ago, and we assigned all the open complaints to a respective planner. So that will be the goals for this year to complete the pending complaints. This table doesn't include the community assistant visit that are complaints specific to floodplain management. Mary, if you want to brief on that, or
are you good?
Yeah, be good.
I'm happy to
Yeah.
answer questions about this. The community
Perfect.
assistance visit is a FEMA compliance program that the city is undertaking. There will be a future presentation to council updating on the full status of that, but you received kind of an overview last fall. There are a number of locations in Franklin where there are structures in the floodplain in violation of our ordinance, which is effectively the enforcement of floodplain standards and how we remain qualified for floodplain insurance. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, we can move on.
I just want to go back to this real quick here. Under use without permit, would an example of that be, because you're going to hear this tomorrow perhaps, when I come here, that you've got a person that's perhaps in a residential zoned area on Oakwood Road, and there's the complaint that this person's operating landscaping business, trucking company, all that stuff, all their pictures, aerial footage, drone information, and then what do you do with it?
That is a good example. We processed complaint like that like 2 years ago. A typical process, we do the site visit. If it's determined that there is a business that is run in a residential property, we send the notice of violation, provide 30 days to comply, to stop the business operation.
What if they don't? What if they're like, you know what? I don't care.
Then-
Regulo, I like you, but I don't care. I'm going to keep doing my business.
Then it goes to the municipal citation.
Who issues
It goes to planning department staff. And it goes to the municipal court. And then in the case that I work, it didn't go to the judge, but we held a pre-trial conference. And after 3 or 4 conference, finally the owner stopped the business operations.
Thank you for that timeline, because that's a lot of people don't understand how that works.
Mayor,
Yes, sir. Mr. Hopfer, then Alderman Eichmann.
glad you brought this up. Obviously, the PDE 37 there at 105, that's like the 800-pound gorilla, okay? If you take that number out, the closure rate comes down to just about 60%. And the compliance is an issue with me. We're coming up on 2 years trying to get resolution to the storage waste containers on Highway 36, and I have not heard a single thing about that, other than being told nothing will happen until we get a planning manager. And then we had a planning manager, and the planning manager's gone, and we still have, I have no idea what's going on with that business, if they're operating legally, illegally, if that area is supposed to be fenced off, if they're cleaning up trash when the 40-mile-an-hour wind blows it. I'd appreciate an update on that.
Where's the address again?
I'll have to look.
It's the place on Highway 36 that's got all the dumpsters out in front. Yeah.
Okay.
The, maroon colored dumpsters.
This table and the complaints that were assigned to staff was 2023. So we'll need to look into previous years to find that complaint.
What's active?
Yeah.
Alderwoman Eichmann.
Just real briefly, because I know I can always meet with you or contact you another time for this without having to go into a whole lot of depth. What determines if a business is being run out of a home or if it's simply a resident that brings home vehicles from the business that they work at? I know I've dealt with that quite a bit near the residence I live at, as well as with some constituents within my district. I mean, who determines that? If they say, no, we just bring these vehicles home, we're not doing business out of our house, but you suspect that they are? I mean, to what depth of looking into that, per se, I don't want to use the word investigation, is done? I mean, how can you prove, like, for example, somebody owns, let's use a landscaping company, a plowing and lawnmower business is an example. There's several of them throughout the city, so I'm not singling any particular resident, constituent, or address. And you know that they're likely running the business out of the residence because they do not have, per se, a business front, but they say, no, the vehicles just come home at night. I mean, what determines that? Because I know I've gone back and forth with a few
Right.
on that.
One example of a previous case was we look at the corporate records, and if a company has the principal address at the property in question, that will kind of provides a hint that a business is conducted in that property.
Okay, which it would not be allowed.
Correct,
Okay.
in case of a residential zoning district.
Thank you for that clarification. And then just touching real quick, and I've had a very nice email that I appreciated from Gail as well. The project tracker that we don't receive anymore, on here it states a project tracker table comply by staff with all applications submitted in 2023 is available upon request. As I know that that department, you are all working incredibly hard and catching up on things and so forth with the change and turnover. Do you suspect, and I don't need a solid answer on this right now, that project tracker may come back as a permanent thing? That is really a resourceful tool, at least for me, that I found to keep a board of projects happening within the city. Because sometimes we get asked questions on a project that, we don't know anything about, or that it's in the works or it's being worked on. Or do you foresee in the future that being a regular again of us
Right.
getting those emails?
Yeah, well, there are two different tables. The table that is referenced in the report are a summary of all complaints, all applications, and there is also a separate report for
Okay.
complaints
Two different.
from last year, right? I think that what you're talking about is the
Different.
tracker for upcoming meetings,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Okay, that's
So,
just different. Off subject, sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah, so.
Ayla.
We've been doing that. We kind of resurrected it, right? And I mean, if
The tracker for upcoming meetings, we stopped sending that to all elder person, but if required, we can resume and send that again.
I found it very resourceful too, and I really
Sure.
appreciated it being put together. However, if it takes up too much time in the department and it takes you away from doing other things, I'd rather you do those other things at the same time.
Marion, what do you got on that?
It's a practice that I think it's appropriate to resume, but I do want to point out that it's a working document. So it has a list of here's applications in their current status and the anticipated meeting. The agenda is obviously where you would determine finally where something is, but
Right.
it helps us, it's our working kind of calendar for the
Kind of
department.
like a forecast, but then to know that it's subject to change. And
Right.
I don't think that I don't want to speak on behalf of the entire council, of course, but I personally wouldn't expect every time that a change was made that we would get an update on it. I would just know that it's subject to change and that it's not 100% set in stone, and to check the planning commission agendas as I do on a regular basis anyway. But that was really, for me anyway, a very resourceful tool, and I really appreciated the time that your department took in sending those out to us elders. So thank you, and I yield.
Alderman Day.
Just a couple of things on the complaint piece. So knowing now that police is going to predominantly handle those noise complaint issues, so I would assume, sort of just kind of piggybacking off of what Alderman Holfer was saying, but I would assume that then that frees up your time so that some of these other ones, it's going to be easier to keep up with them and not have as much backlog
right.
provided that, you don't see a swell of something else, but it should free up staff time to not having to worry about those to deal with some of these other categories on here. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not as concerned about that stat or these ones that are hanging open being taken care of, because I know you will be getting some time back to kind of address those. But I wanted to ask, and you may not know the answer to this, and that's fine, and it may be more Jesse to answer this question. You mentioned that some of these are open for so long because they end up going through the municipal court citation process, and there's, timeframes and mediation meetings and that kind of thing. Do you know, also the municipal court, are they backlogged as well, that could potentially keep these, out for a longer period of time? Because if we get to a point where, we're at an impasse and we're going to go to court, but there's no opening on the muni schedule for, like 3 months or something like that, are you, being handcuffed by that issue as well? Or are they, if you get to that point and you need to find a resolution through that mechanism, you're able to do that relatively easily?
Yeah, good question. Well, yeah, what we have in open here, it means that no action has been taken.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we now distribute it and we'll work on, and where it's in the process that a violation has been found is only 5.
Sure. I just meant in the case where you're to that point, do you have trouble getting on the schedule if you would need to go that route? Or have you, when those instances occur, you've been able to get a relatively quick?
At this time, I'm not aware of a complaint that is in the municipal court.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Alderman Barber.
Just as your processes improve, I hope one of the things that improves is your communication back. A number of years ago, or 2 years ago, I submitted photos. I went out to the site to check things out, and this is an unresolved complaint now for about 3 years. I keep getting calls from this individual who's doing it, and you might know it as a GIF truck that's being parked every night on a driveway. I drove through a residential area to get there. It was being investigated. At one point, it was assigned to somebody to follow up on. And I know that I've not received anything, and that's really disappointing and disheartening to me, as well as my constituent, who's constantly letting me know that we don't enforce any ordinances in Franklin. So I'm sure you're aware of the situation. You know where it is. You have my pictures, and I believe because I took the pictures, that makes it official, that it can be acted on. You didn't have to go out to do anything. So I'd appreciate some feedback to me as well as my constituent on that as soon as you can do that.
Yeah, we'll make a note here to work on that complaint. I believe that complaint is from 2022 or earlier, because it was not on the list that we have for last year. But yeah, we'll take a look.
Because she's continuing, the complaints are continuing.
We can meet offline, talk about that, next steps, get everything moving.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions on this? And then basically it's a motion to accept and place on file?
I don't think he's
Oh,
done.
I'm sorry. I thought you were.
Yeah.
I thought you were done, Regulo.
Summarize here.
Sorry. Hint. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
This is the staff support to boards and commissions, just to inform that the planning department provides support to 9 boards and commissions. 5 of them we provide fully support. That means preparation of packets, agenda, minutes, all that that entails. We have additional information about the Quarry Monitoring Committee, Parks Commission, and Environmental Commission if we have time. But for now, we'll skip, but we can go back if the council decides. In the other category of activities of the department is the long-range planning. The main project that we have last year that was advanced was the UDO rewrite, and it's now a goal for this year to actually complete and have the adoption of the UDO. The Water Tower Park, Mary, if you want to add anything on that. Okay. the update to the rural and urban map, that is the next item on the agenda, was another project. The administrative review of signs in the Franklin Industrial Parks that will streamline the review process for sign. That was another accomplishment of last year. And finally, the budget amendment for planning consulting services that will allow to charge applicants for consulting fees. This is conditioned on the update to the UDO fee schedule, that is the schedule for Plan Commission. And to close, it's basically the goals that has been identified for this year. So I will go only on the highlights. The staff anticipates to prepare a request for proposal for the comprehensive master plan and the outdoor recreation plan that are out of date. Also the UDO fee schedule that I mentioned, and there are other items that are listed for this year, like the housing affordability report. And of course, continue to work on development review, any upcoming application, and any upcoming complaints. So I'm happy to answer any other questions you have.
Alderman Eichmann.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to thank you for everything you and the department and Marion does. I mean, it's amazing the things that have gotten accomplished being so short-staffed as you were and so forth. It's really remarkable. So I just wanted to thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alderman Holfer.
Regarding the consolidation of parks and environmental commissions, I've heard just a couple of concerns from some people that are associated with that. What do you hope to gain out of it, and is everybody on board with that?
We've had a number of discussions with both commissions and with the chairs of both commissions, and no, not everyone is on board. The idea here is that this would be a consolidated Parks and Open Space Commission regulated environmental features in the city, and also has some oversight of the parks and how they're managed. Currently, the Environmental Commission has a lot of recommendations related, for example, to how mowing is handled, and that's something that will be on the next Parks and Commission agenda. They have a lot of expertise to contribute to that commission and vice versa. So, there's also some administrative benefits to it. It would consolidation would create like streamlined process. Some reviews that we need to go to both commissions. They have natural resource impact, etc. But it is important to know the Environmental Commission is they have a purview over things like recycling, landscape standards, and then they are the body that reviews natural resource special exceptions for that. And another thought that is being incorporated into the UDO rewrite is allowing for mitigation in other parts of the city apart from single properties. So that process would then also have to go through. Looking forward to that rewritten UDO streamline some of our internal. So it's not everyone is excited about it, but I do think there's a lot of benefits in the Environmental Commission.
Well, that helps me. It gives me some talking points when I'm responding to people with questions. I guess the one question I would have, is there anything that precludes the Environmental Commission from looking at more environmentally friendly policies within the city?
No, that is part of their written purview, and it would be part of the scope of the commission, consolidated commission, where they could make recommendations for public spaces.
It just seems historically, I'm not trying to make this in the negative, but historically they've been more involved in, wetland setbacks and all of those kind of things, but nobody's looking at, as I mentioned, Kelly, like no idle policies, and you're getting into mowing issues and things like that the city can actually do and live by.
Yep. They would like to make more of those recommendations. Some of that would be their area of actual work. So right now, things will have to go to the common big one. But if they're in a position to make decisions about site plan design for cities,
And then I would just hope that they do that in coordination with DPW, not that we spring a surprise on them and say, hey, guess
Yeah.
what, here's how you're gonna cut grass now.
Yeah, it's a review process. Can't change DPW policy without their consent.
Great, thank you.
Weren't we having a problem with
Quorum,
quorum too?
yeah.
I think that.
That's what I was just gonna lead in with, is the problem's having a quorum with environmental. And if you put the two together, not only does it help our staff with, I mean, because what you're, unless anybody really understands the commitment that you have to appear at all these boards and commissions in addition to your normal day, that's insanity. And to look at this, now I might as well, it's after 10, I got the over on this, on our end time. So we got plenty of time now. So,
Are we halfway?
looking at this and knowing, because I served on environmental, I served on parks, before I was even elected, I was on parks. And I mean, this is crazy, the amount of hours staff is expected, not asked, expected to be at and answer all these different things and all these, in addition to your normal jobs. That to me, combining the two makes the most sense, takes a little bit of pressure off. Same, I mean, we gotta be effective, but we have to be realistic. We can't just be jamming and jamming and jamming with more bureaucratic stuff. And I'm not gonna soapbox on it. Alderwoman Eichman, been patient.
Mayor.
You've been
Since we
patient for
have
the
all
last
night,
2
I've
minutes
got a
and
few
7
things,
seconds
so.
with your hand high in the air.
Also, I just wanted to make sure that you saw me.
Yeah.
I happened to be
I
at
miss
one of the Parks Commission meetings when there was discussion of combining the environmental and the Parks Commission. And, obviously some weren't in favor, but this brings up a question that I've had, and I was gonna ask this later on in the meeting, and I don't mean to put anyone at all on the spot, Mayor Nelson.
You got the floor. Do whatever you
So
want.
with lack of quorum on environmental and often lack of quorum on several other boards and commissions, when those are submitting interest online to serve on some of these boards and commissions, we haven't appointed anyone of recent. Are we going to be looking to do that again in the near future? I know I've taken a few calls of, did they just not want me, or is my qualifications not where they're at, or can we review that at a different time at a later date, just to see where we're at?
The short answer is if anybody wishes to be on a board or commission and we have openings, we will fill said openings, okay? We have no problem filling that. The short answer is, of course. We're not blocking anybody. We're not, every time I've gotten one that's come forth and I've read it and we've got opening, let's move forward. That's,
Except they have to return that affidavit.
well, explain Shirley, Madam Clerk, a few of the setbacks that we found.
Yeah, a lot of times people, they send in their application or whatever you want to call it. Lisa will send them an affidavit that they have to sign that lets us do a background check.
Okay.
A lot of times they're not returning that affidavit.
Okay.
So they can't be appointed unless that affidavit is returned.
Thank you for that clarification. Now I have something to go off of when I questioned, that I keep putting on my Alder Facebook, social media, the mayor's favorite page, that we're short on boards and commissions, and then I always get a call or a message saying, well, I put my application or whatever we call it, but that could be that the step 2 is not being
Yeah, when
followed
they
through.
return their volunteer sheet, we send them an email back telling them that the mayor will appoint them if there's, an opening. And at that same time, Lisa sends them that affidavit to sign.
Affidavit of
Sometimes she
service.
send it multiple times and they don't return it
Okay.
because we have to run a background check on them first.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
I yield.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this, or you can still? Okay, is there a motion to receive and place on file?
I'll make the motion to receive and place on file.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It is done. Thank you very, very much. Excellent, everything you do. Resolution redefining the rural and urban areas as provided in ordinance number 85-860, regulating truck parking and raising animals. Regulo. You need, uh-oh.
And then Mayor.
Of course. Why wouldn't you have a comment? I know you did. If you could please, yeah, there we go. Use your, Marion, thank you. that on?
Yes. Thank you.
You have to go back on the charter?
Thank you. So, thank you. Bless you.
Holy moly.
So this item was presented 2 weeks ago, and it was tabled. One of the requests was to provide a larger map. So in your packet, you have a ledger size map, and also there is a large map available. Just want to recap on this. So this is an update to the rural and urban areas map. So this map is used to regulate the section for parking of trucks and racing animals. In the light yellow area, there is the urban area of the current map, 1986. That means that racing animals are not allowed in the urban area. It's only allowed in the rural area with the limitations that is in the report in the table from the municipal code, and also requires a permit, requires the issuance of an animal permit that shall be renewed annually.
Okay.
So the light red area is the new areas that are going to be added to the map as urban. So in these new urban areas, it will not be longer allowed to raise animals. Any persons that owns animals on these areas newly designated as urban, they will have 6 months from the adoption of the update to obtain a permit.
Very good.
Just one clarification. For example, this section is not to be used for like commercial ventures or agricultural productions. So, for example, livestock for agricultural production is permitted in agricultural zoning without the need of the animal permit because it's zone agricultural. This section does not apply, for example, to dogs, tiny horses, and cats, and it's also not applicable to wild animals. That is a separate section of the municipal code. Just to summarize on the previous presentation, the new areas to be added as urban are areas that has been platted or subdivided and are also close to public facilities like sewer and water.
Okay, so the yellow section, I don't recall my senior year, 1986, is coming in front of me. That was a joke, it's getting late. So this has been, what I'm saying, my point is, that was my senior high school. This has been there a long time. This has been in effect a long time, and I'm glad you put that on there. As Alderwoman Eichmann's on deck here, there's, the changes, and this has been, there's been a very few complaints, but there's been, as the city's evolved from way back then to now, is, obviously night and day with the development. So I'm going to yield at this point right now to Alderwoman Eichmann.
Thank you, Mayor. Yesterday, I met with Ray Glow. I appreciate the time that he gave me. We sat down to go over some questions that I wanted to share with the council. As you recall, I was the one that had wanted this to be tabled with some of my questions and concerns. Now, while I realize a lot has changed in the city from 1986 when I was in 8th grade at Forest Park. Right, you were a senior.
Well, it's your fourth, that was your fourth year in 8th grade.
And growing up in Franklin as a little girl with a lot of properties having horses, I just want everyone to be clear. So in an urban area, and Raylo, please correct me if I have this wrong, in a urban area that's currently urban, you are not allowed to have horses. Not now, not ever. If an area that it's rural and is now being switched to urban, and you have a horse, you have 6 months, which I feel is fair, to apply for a permit, and then they must permit that horse or horses annually. I'm going to be working with a few residents in my district, but with that being said, my district is a district in Franklin that I feel is one that used to be very rural and now has gone very urban with Rock Sports Complex, Velo Village, and all the progress that Franklin has made. My district can't be the only district that has a horse. I know it's not. So I just want all the other alders to be on clarification of that, that your constituents, if they have animals, they're gonna have to get rid of them. And so I'm just throwing that out there, because I know that there's more than one horse in Franklin, and it's not just the one in D2.
This is not a one-horse town.
It is not a one-horse town, as the mayor said.
trying to
So I just want everyone to,
No, well, they have,
Clarify it.
okay,
if it's an area that is now rural and it will be designated as urban, the owners will have 6 months to get a permit.
right.
Yeah.
But if they're in urban, they were never allowed to have a horse, a wallaby, a donkey.
Well, I'm only speaking about the horse because that's what is
Okay,
regulated
right.
here. Correct. If it's currently urban, it's not allowed.
It wasn't allowed anyway.
Yeah, correct, correct, correct.
So then people would have to get rid of their,
Just one exception, there's one active animal permit that is in the urban, that is legal non-conforming, but that permit is renewed every year.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
all right, I just wanted to point that out to council.
You still have the floor, are you?
I yield on that note.
Okay, is there any further discussion or a motion on this?
So move.
Second.
We've got a first and a second, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Item G16, a resolution to enter into an agreement with Foth Infrastructure and Environment LLC for the design of the DPW campus utilities in the vicinity of South 80th Street, South 76th Street, and West Ryan Road for $55,000. And is it 55 and or 85?
Or 85, yes.
Is it a pick'em? Is it a pick'em, as the counselor just said? Who's taking this?
Take this.
Mr. City Engineer.
So we've discussed this project previously, and last time we discussed it, I was asked to go talk to the 4 properties on the, if you will, the southwest corner of 76 and Ryan. So I did go out, I talked to the Paps, the Birches, the Scaries, and the Maple Storage. Although it's unlikely that any of those would connect at this time, they are all very interested in assisting the city and being assessed, knowing that they would not have to pay an assessment until such time that they connect. And they do realize that they would no longer be allowed to repair a septic system. So that they're all familiar with that, and they're all very much in favor of that. So if it's the desire of the Common Council to go ahead and include the design, you would pick the 85,000 instead of 55,000. So I would tell you that that doesn't require, or that won't commit you to actually constructing it. So they could still design it, and then we could bid it out as an alternate, and we could decide at that time whether you want to actually run the sewer up for those properties. So all those properties would also be available to, or amiable to granting an easement for the sanitary sewer, or I guess selling an easement for the sanitary sewer. So having said that, there is another issue that came up yesterday and today. There's a property owner on the north side of Ryan Road to the west who's very interested in getting sanitary sewer. So we did a little figuring, and we could, while the road is under construction next year, we could open cut Ryan Road, which would be a lot less expensive than trying to bore it once Ryan Road is resurfaced. And we could run the sewer basically to the north, and then to the west would pick up those 2 residential homes. I had the consultant just do a quick math. It's roughly a $580,000 add-on, but the resident that I talked to is very much interested in paying the full assessment, and even indicated he would help his neighbor pay her full assessment. So I guess I would like to study this further. I'll come back to you next month, or I'm sorry, next meeting, and we'll talk a little bit more about whether that's doable or not. But so before you tonight, though, is just for the project that you see on page 287. So if you want to just do, or basically do everything but the red line, you would say we would authorize Foth to proceed with the design at 55,000, But if you wanted to go ahead and design everything, that would be $85,000. I would recommend the full design, and then later you decide whether you want to construct it based on cost.
Mr. Holfer?
So if we did that and opted not to install it at this point in time, that design would be good going into the future?
So the design is still good. The permit is only good for so long from DNR. So say you were to put it on the shelf for 3 years, you would have to get a new permit from WDNR.
But not have to redesign it.
Correct.
Then this other question is related to what you just talked about, the north side. So if we run sewer and pick up 2 homes, is that going to be a large enough line, or is that going to help us get sewer to the corner parcel that would be?
So it will help, but that would not be able to take the entirety of the large parcels. It could take some of it, but it would be difficult to. So just to back up, the north side has been expected to be serviced by the line that's Karma is constructing across Ryan Road. We would basically tap into that and run an 8-inch line at a steep grade to cross 76th Street, and would continue all the way up to meet those 2 residential properties. The residential person just doesn't feel that he'd like to wait as long as it would take for that property to develop. When that property does develop, my intention was that sewer line would actually be paid for by the TID, because we included that in the TID.
Thank you.
So what do you, Madam Director?
Sorry, Glenn, at the last meeting, when this was approved, was this like the $900,000+?
Yes.
Is this included in that total amount?
So
Because
the included in the amount is everything you see on the bottom of 287. The open cutting Ryan Road and extending up to the other properties are not included. We just really started looking at that today. But I wanted to give you an update that at the next meeting, I'll probably come back with some more information, and you might possibly add on to that, but I've got a lot of figuring on how we would pay for that. But that, again, that would be a total accessible project. So we would actually run it up and people would actually start paying for it. We'd have to, get paid for that.
So we're only looking to spend the $900,000+ of the ARPA funds?
Correct.
Okay.
Are you good with that?
Yep.
Madam Director? Okay, who else was on the comments section here? And what are we looking at now for a motion? Are we looking?
So if you read the motion, and when you get to the brackets, you would use the 55 or the 85, depending on your preference.
So
You would
option
also-
2 under the recommendations?
Yeah, and you would also direct staff to bid this project and return with recommendations to award a construction project. And you would also direct staff to return with a budget amendment in the amount as appropriate. And you would also direct staff to return with an ordinance allowing indefinite deferment of sewer assessments for properties along South 76th Street.
I would make that motion with the $85,000 amount for the design for the corner.
I'll second that.
Okay, Mr. Huson, seconds. No further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Now, let me ask you this, because with the budget, should that have been a roll call?
No.
No, the budget amendment will follow.
Okay, we're good, I'm good. All right, very good.
She'll come back.
G17, a resolution to ratify and reapprove resolution number 2019-7537, conditionally approving a 2-lot certified survey map being part of the parcel A of certified survey map number 3411, and unplatted lands being a part of the northwest 1/4 of the southeast 1/4 of section 6, township 5 north, range 21 east, city of Franklin, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, Dennis J. and Sharon L. Bellistreri, Melissa M. and Christopher D. Burge, applicants at 6708 and 6720 South North Cape Road, to provide the final and last approval of the certified survey map and to allow for the recording of the certified survey map. Ms. X.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a previously approved certified survey map that was not recorded within the time requirement of the resolution for that document. The applicants would like to complete that process, and it requires your approval to do so. They have a shared driveway, and they're moving the property line to reshape the shared driveway.
North of my residence.
Move to approve.
We have a first and a second by Alderman Hassan. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you. North Cape Road. G18, D2, a resolution to authorize the use of excess American Rescue Plan Act funds for the design of a water main from West St. Martin's Road to 8120 South Lovers Lane in the amount of $18,100. Mr. City Engineer Morrow.
So the Board of Water Commissioners discussed this at length this afternoon. They are recommending that you use the ARPA funds to pay for this. The situation is that the water budget actually paid for the design of the water tower and the water main. So they'd like to use the ARPA funds to, if you will, reimburse the water budget to pay for this $18,100. They did not actually award the contract to Applied Technologies contingent upon your approval, because I'm going to put that on my shoulder. I should have worded it differently. So I expect them to do that next month, but they were in favor of doing that. We decided to wait on till the next project. Also in the discussion, they had a lengthy discussion, and I told them that I would forward their concerns to you is how to assess the project. So if you recall, we talked about possibly using the ARPA funds to pay for the project in front of residential properties, and maybe just give partial assessment forgiveness, if you will, for the commercial properties. They felt that they would recommend to you that you actually consider taking the ARPA funds and reconsidering the north section and the south section so that everyone gets a equal discount, if you will. So everyone would still be assessed, but we would use the ARPA funds to offset the assessments that they would have. And so the complications that would do, we'd have to redo the ordinance that we did pass to facilitate the folks to the north. But the thought is that that's still so fresh, and we haven't actually decided on the assessment, that we should use the ARPA funds to recalculate everything. And if you will, the northern folks should be a little happier that their assessment is less, and it would make things fair to the southern. So it would take some math. I'd have to sit down and figure out exactly how to fairly do that, and I would return with a common council ordinance that would change the municipal code to allow for that. So if that interests you, you don't have to make that part of the motion, but I can come back with a new ordinance to do so. But we are asking that you authorize a resolution to use the excess ARPA funds for the water main project for $18,100 to do the design. And you would also direct staff to bid the project and return with a recommendation to award the contract for construction in 2024, and direct staff to return with the budget amendment for the $18,100. So again, that's a future meeting. And then direct staff to return with an ordinance allowing, I want to call it a redistributed assessment for the north and south properties.
What?
Equitable, sure. I can come back with some suggestions.
Fair and equitable were the exact keywords that the Board of Water Commissioners had requested.
Madam Director of Finance, thoughts on this?
Yeah, can you, Glenn, just verify, are you asking for an additional 18,100 of ARPA funds to be used, or are you asking
No,
for,
this would be part of what the overall project.
and that would be the second project that was presented
Yes.
at the committee of the whole meeting?
Mr.
Okay.
Hofer.
So the total number, you're going to divide it up and make the two sections equal for what the people are assessed. Is that going to impact the amount of ARPA funds spent?
I'm going to have to do some math. I'm going to have to lay out some scenarios. But the idea is that if I charge, $192 per linear foot for that person, I'll charge $192 per linear foot for the other people too. So
Because we only have so much to spend it.
Right, so I'll have to play with the amount of ARPA funds available, and I'll have to distribute it as appropriate. So I'll have to look at that. We just came up with the conversation and idea during the Board of Water Commissioners at 5:15, so I haven't had time to regurgitate what the options are.
Okay, thank you.
So,
So with,
Alderwoman Eichman,
sorry, Mayor, you probably were going to say what I was going to ask, so why don't you go ahead?
I'm gonna bet no, but go ahead, you got the floor. I'm gonna bet unequivocally, I doubt it.
So we're looking for a motion still then with everything that was just said in the meeting at
Yes,
5:15?
so the only difference
What
would
you
be
read.
the only difference would be that last
Right.
paragraph.
I'm a pretty good
You
mind
were
reader.
right on, honestly.
Then I would go ahead and make that motion, as long as I don't have to repeat all that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is a first, is there a second?
Second.
We have a second, Alderwoman Day. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, should we do a roll call on this, Madam Clerk? Just for the heck of it, why not? Let's practice, get your voice going.
Alderman Hofer.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Barber.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Thank you. 6 ayes, no noes, motion carries. Item G19, a resolution to issue change order number 1 for the water transmission main, Contract A, along South Lovers Lane in the amount of $63,075 to Dorner, Inc. Mr. Morrow.
So this is a change order I don't like to do, but we have to do it. Situation when the project was designed, the state had a proposed depth for directional drilling underneath wetlands that they recommended 6 feet. So that's what everything was designed as. After the contractor was awarded the contract and was ready to actually mobilize on the site, we received notice from DNR that when everything passed, it was at 10 feet instead of 6 feet. So that's the additional 4 feet. So to increase the depth of the water main, it affected a whole scatter, of other issues. We would have killed a bunch of trees if we would have kept it up shallow or actually dug that deep next to the trees where they were. So long story short, we had to make a call decision. This was a unfortunate required change. It had to be done, otherwise it wouldn't have met the permitting. So if the cost is a problem, we'll have to try to figure out a way to save that somewhere else from the water tower site. But it's a $63,000 change, and notice that a budget amendment is not needed at this time.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Thank you, Mayor. As long as the Director of Finance is okay with that, the approving of the change order, then I will go ahead and make that motion to adopt the resolution.
Yes, we've talked about it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
So we've got a first,
Second.
second, Mr. Craig. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Does this need to be,
Nope.
all in favor, aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G20, a resolution for acceptance of a stormwater facilities maintenance agreement and easements for the sanitary sewer stormwater management access and water main at 9410 South 76th Street and 7520 West Ryan Road. Tax key numbers 884-9997-000 and 884-9998-000. Who is taking this one? Mr. Morrow.
I just want to point out, so this is basically what's needed for Karma. For the water main easement, we are still using the old form, not the new form that we'll be talking about later tonight.
Yep, with no fiscal problem here.
Move to approve.
We have a first,
Second.
second, Mr. Hassan. Let's see, no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Getting close to the G25. G21, fireworks application adjustments to comply with the state law and recommended fee revision. Who's taking this? Madam Director of Administration, I should have turned the page, I would have known that.
Is this working?
Yes, like a charm.
Because it's not red. So, well, this is red, but it's not on. Okay, so basically, this is a request that was put through a couple of times in the past to be brought forward and changed. Our fireworks application, two requests by the licensing committee in the past. One is that it was non-compliant with state statute 167.10. Specifically that we were not requiring a application with each fireworks event, and we have to do that per state law. So that's one change. And then the second change that was recommended, well, I guess it's kind of twofold. The second change was to be compliant with the current municipal code, which allows for 30 days. And I think I saw that there was 14 on the draft from the past. So just a note on that, that if the draft were to go forward, it would have to have that changed from 14 to 30. And then the second part of it is to increase the fee because of the expense that we're putting into it for permit review and just staff expenses. It just seems reasonable to increase it. Currently, it's a $50 non-refundable application fee. And I believe in the past, it was 150 that was recommended or something like that. So that would obviously have to come back based upon whatever is approved or what have you to have a ordinance changed to account for that fee.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Thank you. So I was on the license committee when the discussions were had in special license committee meetings were held to make some of these changes. Just in those corrections that you talked about, Kelly, for the 14 days, can the verbiage possibly be, and I think that somewhere along the way, I may have read this anyway, but a minimum of 30 and then include business days. So weekends wouldn't count, a minimum of 30 business days. I mean, ideally, we would like to have applicants much earlier than a minimum of 30 business days, but that would be the ultimate cutoff. And then we can open up the floor to the other alders as far as the fees. It was discussed with the former licensing committee, which consisted of myself, former Alderwoman Wilhelm, and Alderwoman Hanneman. We had discussed bumping up $150, but I'm trying to recall if that dollar amount was discussed before or after we came to the conclusion that each fireworks display has to be listed separately. I personally feel that $50 an event is, with all the time and work and effort that is instilled into our clerk's office and so forth, needs to be raised. I mean, cost of living, everything else is going up. I feel $50 is definitely too low. So I'll yield at that and get input from other alders of what they feel would be fair and reasonable.
Okay, it is wide open. Alderwoman Day.
Yeah, I generally in agreement with everything that's here. I think the new form is much clearer in what we're requiring and what we need people to provide to us, as well as what current city and state law dictate that we have to abide by. So including the change that you mentioned about the 14 days to 30 days, and I'm amicable to Alderman Eichmann's 30 business days. I'm good to move forward with this.
Can I, one second, Mr. Hofer. So, are you yielding
Yeah,
for now?
yeah.
Alderwoman Eichmann, just a question.
Yes.
So, I look at this and I agree with you on the fee. Are you thinking that maybe $100 per event would be fair? Is that what you're maybe proposing?
Well, one question in looking at this table 133-17A, but there's different permits listed.
Yeah.
Bonfires, open burning, blasting, fireworks. Are we looking to increase all of those fees, or are we just focusing on the firework portion?
I think the fireworks right now.
Okay.
I hope you don't touch my open burning fee. I've been paying the same thing for almost 20 years, so let's not talk about that.
$15?
Yep, I pay it happily every year, and what I'm looking at is to see, number one, I had twofold here. First part of this is, do you think that fireworks should be brought up to 100 to make that more palatable and more reasonable for time invested? And number two, would you be good proposing 30 calendar days, not 30 business days, is I think that might be an issue, but I'm going to throw that out there for now because Director of Administration is chopping.
Notes state in answering that, Mayor, I feel what would be fair and reasonable, as I had written down here going over the packet, 75 minimum to 100. I still feel 100 might be on the lower scale. We can always discuss, of course, in increasing that again next year if need be, or adjusting it.
Sure. But what about the timing? Are you thinking 30 calendar days?
What is your reasoning behind that, if you don't mind me asking?
My reasoning is, I got you. Hold on. So my reasoning is 30 days. It's the calendar day. Business days, you got to figure them out. Then you're going to have people that are going to be, oh, I didn't know a business day included this day and whatever else, and Sunday, and well, I work every Saturday, so that's I figured if it's a straight holidays involved in there, my opinion is make it a 30 calendar. There it is. It's just 30 calendar.
As an example, sorry, are you done, Mayor?
I yield.
Thank you. As an example, so like, let's say somebody wants to have something July 1st. They have to have it in by June 1st.
Yes, that's exactly my point.
Instead of May 15th-ish.
Right, and that's the thing. I mean, well, I didn't know I'd have it in by May 15th, and then you have this thing. Madam Director of Administration.
I just wanted to state that in conversations with Director of Clerk Services, we were talking about, it seems that it would be allow for more scheduling and what have you, and special situations if we actually increased it to 45 days across the board for permits for licensing, because people come in and we had those situations with the licensing committee in the past where we weren't able to get to everything, and then they have to hold over. Well, if we come up against that again, we either have to have special meetings or people aren't able to get their licensing approved. So we just kind of felt like it would allow for that additional time frame. But I'll also, if you want to say anything about it.
Yeah, the fireworks does not go through the fire department, though?
Yes, but it still has to go through licensing, correct? Yeah.
So maybe 45 calendar days, as said. I just want to get away from the whole business day.
Yeah, I like to sit there and count.
That I think would be confusing.
Yeah, I agree.
How about
I
a
think I
45
like the
day?
45. Don't you think that seems better? Because I was going to say, I know it's getting late and so forth, but some months have 28 days, some have 30, some have 31. Let's not forget.
Did anybody have 29 this year? Or February? It did this year.
It did, yeah.
My birthday month.
I have a cousin that was born on Leap Day.
I think if we could just move it all to something where there's continuity in
I
terms
love
of
the
the time
45
frame.
day.
I'm in agreement with that.
Okay, Mr. Ofer.
Just so I'm clear on this, does any of this impact the timing for the fireworks permits? And I'm thinking specifically the Rock, because, so now they'll have to do, if they do 10 shows, they have to do 10 individual things. But are they going to bring 10 in together? Are 10 going to get approved together? Or are you going to say, well, if this one goes good, then we'll approve the next one?
It sounded as though they would be bringing 10 in at once, but I really can't speak to it because they haven't been doing it that way in the past, which is one of the points of trying to get this in and corrected now to be compliant with state statute, because we're obviously going to be seeing these, the applications for fireworks coming through with the season coming
Because
up.
before, though, they did have, here's the dates we want to have fireworks.
Yep.
And that doesn't.
Did they not? I thought they did.
They
They
did.
did.
Yeah, right.
So I'm just saying, I don't know if we should approve them all in advance, or
Right.
or then do we have, if we have two shows where there's violations, we can deny the next one? I don't know what the legal.
I mean, right, so we were kind of talking about, we've had some communication with them about making sure that everybody's on the same page when it comes to permits and licensing. And we were hoping to bring today a schedule of calendar events for them, so that way everybody's on the same page, we know what we can expect. And then as we near those dates, they'll bring in their applications. I think at this stage, it's pretty much open to what you guys want in terms of if you would want 10 different applications at once, or if you want to take it one by one, or what the city attorney advises.
Mr. City Attorney?
And I'd like to add to that.
As you wish in that regard, but one point, when I finally got to the agenda packet over the weekend, I saw the fireworks, and I go, oh. Anyway, I had done all the license committee request stuff and sent it last March 29, but I thought it was going to the license committee and then the council. Then I see it's not on the agenda. And I made a phone call, et cetera, and so I understood it was going to the next meeting, but there was turnover at the time. And with everything else going on, it just didn't get back to it. And then I somehow got to it in November, and the chief and I, fire chief and I had worked together on all this, and re-upped it back in November with him on some stuff, and it just got buried amongst everything else. Just so my thought was, obviously, we can, as part of this, we'll work to re-update or bring the code back, et cetera. So that is on the list, staying on the list for a total redraft on the
'Cause-
entirety of this scenario.
Would all of this require an ordinance amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
The days would require, so currently it's listed as 30. That would require an ordinance if we changed it to 45. And then also the fee, because it's in our municipal code. So we would have to also change
That
that.
fee is antiquated.
Yes.
Alderman Eichmann?
Thank you, Mayor. As a member of the license committee, I feel that it is up to the applicant if they want to turn in one display or if they want to turn in 10, as long as they're filling out the individual applications and paying the fee per event. I am definitely strongly, and I will repeat strongly, opposed to, let's wait and see how it goes. They do one display and they can't do, I mean, there's processes that go into this and transporting the fireworks and so forth, that it's, no, I say we either approve them as they turn them in, not hold them to see how a display goes, and maybe they'll get another one, maybe they won't. I mean, there's so much advanced planning in that. So I would not support that.
So if they have multiple
Alderman Hofer.
violations, it's just, well, it's okay because a lot of things go into it, or what?
At that point, it can be addressed, but how
Well,
can
right.
how can you go from a week to week or a month to month of, okay, you got an A+ on that display, now we'll let you have another one? We
Oh,
can't do that.
I said, or if we have the
Alderman Hofer.
option. if
Right.
I'm sorry.
So
Oh, I'm
with-
just, this is funny, I'd like to back, I just so people know at home who's speaking.
you're,
If we have the
Hold on.
option, if we have the
Alderman Hofer's got
option
the
to
floor.
say, okay, we're going to approve them,
You sure it's not
but if
Michelle?
there's an issue, then we can stop approvals.
I
Alderwoman Eichmann.
I would be open to having some type of clause in there if, because there's lots of things that can go wrong with fireworks and, whether it's the person who lights them off, or I would be open to having some type of a clause, maybe change the ordinance, that would be a good time to include that.
May I?
Alderman Hofer, any response or rebuttal at this point?
I knew we could get to a middle.
You're right.
a start.
Director of Administration?
My understanding on all the applications, the council has the authority and right to issue conditional permits. So if there are issues that you potentially could foresee, could be issues, you can put that condition on there and then bring it back, or, potentially whatever kind of condition you put to it. It's not a guarantee, is what I'm trying to say.
Excellent. So what kind of motion are we looking for right now?
Ordinance has to fit.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything right now. An ordinance has to come
Is
out.
there no motion, just looking for visual?
There was one, but I think, ultimately just to get together with the city attorney and just finalize this, because this is one of the remnants from the past that I'd like to try to get taken care of, along with other permits that we'll probably be bringing in the near future, just to update.
You good with that, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes.
And May I add to possibly have license
Alderwoman
committee included in on this? And we can always call a special license committee meeting since we are the ones that first are coming across this, seeing them and approving them. So we're all on the same page. I think it would be beneficial to all those involved for the license committee, council, and the applicant. Thank you.
Alderman Hopfer.
One question that I hope is relevant regarding the special permit. So if The Rock hosts a corporate event and they've rented out the facility and the people are using the PA system for whatever their activities are, does that require a special event?
If, yeah.
Madam Clerk.
We're in the process of meeting with planning to find out exactly what is covered in their PDD. So like, they had a graduation there. That I know is not covered in the PDD. So that should be an extraordinary event.
Right.
So we're gonna sit down and so everyone in my office knows, because sometimes they come in and it's like, okay, is this, I mean, it was always explained to us that if it's 250 people or more, it's an extraordinary event. But then if you read it, it's kind of like, is it 250 people or more above their capacity? So we want to sit down and figure it out, so it's not so confusing for everybody.
And then work it out with the operators so we're all on the
Correct,
same page.
correct. So they know this is, like a car show at The Rock is not covered by the PDD because it's not a normal. But the baseball,
at a normal use.
anything has to do with baseball is, so it's kind of, it's
Right.
confusing to the applicant as well. I mean,
Sure.
And
Yeah.
to add that, a car show does require a permit.
Alderwoman
Right.
Eichman.
I'll repeat that, Mayor, thank you. To add to that, a car show does require a permit.
right.
Very good. Alderman Barber.
I agree with Alderman Hofer that I don't think we should give carte blanche for 10 events. I think what we need to do is write a clause that says it is subject to review or open, it is subject to opened in case there are some
Well,
inconsistent circumstances.
let me ask you this, or let me add this point. I'm going to get some clarification. Are you done? Because I
Go ahead, I'm not
So-
yielding, but
No, well, I guess my thing, Mike, is as I'm with you, I'm thinking, okay, let's say they want to put these events in because there's a lot of planning, a lot of money, a lot of everything else. But let's say of the 10 after number 3, they have a terrible incident happens. And, the council can revoke permits.
Right.
So that the council's not giving that authority up at all.
I'd like to have
But-
it written that way.
Well, I think.
That's what we just talked about.
Right, but I'm thinking, what I'm saying is that, looking at the amount of money they're putting out there, and if they are giving us the dates, that's reasonable. That's all I got on that. Alderwoman Day.
The only thing, going back to the subject at hand, I know we're just kind of giving direction. I'm comfortable with if we come down to the $100 in 45 days. I would just double check with fire if they think that is, commensurate with how much time they spend on it as well, since they do part of this review. And, if they're amicable to that amount, I think $100 is fair.
And I would have to defer to Alderwoman Eichman if that was a consideration in the past when the 150 was suggested. Did you guys talk with the fire department at that time just to kind of get an idea of what would be? I mean, I don't have any problems asking them now, but I'm just curious if this was coming from that, like a conversation that we're not aware of.
That was many meetings ago, different administration, different mayor, half a different council. Off the top of my head, I can't answer that. I don't know. I'd have to look back in the minutes and so forth to fully answer that. I would be comfortable, though, if it helps with that $100.
Yeah, so would I.
The 150 might be kind of a steep hike, going from 50 up to 150. We could increase it. My suggestion would be to increase it to the 100 and then subject to review a year from now. Or the beginning of 2025, or knowing that we can bring it back if you don't want the verbiage put right in that.
Right, I mean,
Really, at any time we can, though, right?
Right, yes, exactly. That's what I was going to say. I wouldn't do it like temporary because then it requires us to bring it back. But I will ask Chief Mayor for his take on that as well, because I think that's fair.
Is there a motion?
So is there a motion on this?
Or is it just?
No.
Send it back to staff.
Yep.
So what, Mr. City Attorney, do you believe the motion should be?
As I said earlier, I don't believe it.
I already forgot that. So no motion at this time? No further direction?
Well, there's further direction. but-
Right.
Well, I mean, are we closing this
Additional
out? Am I
further
moving on to
direction?
G22? Are we saying anything
We're
more
good.
for the record? Okay, moving on. G22, a resolution to award UPI LLC a contract to construct 2024 sump pump project in the amount of $1,415,839.00. Mr. Morrow.
So this is the PPIA project. We decided to do 2 subdivisions in District 2, specifically Willow Point Estates and Lake Point Estates. So when the bids came in, we said, you know, it really would be nice to do all of the projects that in those 2 subdivisions. And we knew that, again, this is money coming from MSD. We get a new allowance each year. So we had the contractor hold his bid for us. The letters in the packet where he held the bid. And MMSD is in the process of changing our funding agreement to give us all the money we need for this. So it hasn't happened yet, but it's in the process. In the history of MMSD giving out these green funds, they've never not held one of these back. And they're pretty excited about the fact that they can actually get Franklin to use a lot of the accumulated funds. So we fully anticipate it's going to happen. It's a long process for MMSD, the commission, to do that. So what we're proposing is that we go ahead and award the bid contingent upon receiving the funding from MMSD. And we will also return with a construction administration from the consultant. And again, all this will not be any cost to the city, but we will require a budget amendment to make all this happen. So the proposed motion would be adopt the resolution to award UPI a contract to construct the 2024 sump pump project in the amount of $1.4 million and change, contingent on full funding by Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewers District, and direct staff to return with the budget amendment to fully fund the project.
I'd
So-
like to go ahead and make the motion for option A, and then I will have a question
Bless you.
before we move on.
So we've got a first,
Do we have- if we have a second.
Alderman Hassan, second? Is that accurate? What's that? Okay, then, well, I want to really, okay, so,
So Michelle moved to approve, I'll second. Okay.
very good. First and
And-
second. Any further discussion on
Yes.
this? And further discussion? Couple questions. Alderwoman Eichman, then Alderman Holfer.
Thank you. Just real quick, and I don't believe you're able to answer this after what you just said. I know I will be asked this. I read in here that it'll be complete by December of this year, but we don't have any exact idea of when it's going to start. Sometime
No,
this spring, I know we were
The
talking.
contractor did request that we give him leniency on when the completion date, because we're delaying when he can get started. So I don't have any problem doing that. We anticipate it'll happen this year. First thing we'd like to do is, the contractor knows it's going to happen. They can start getting their things ready, ordering pipe and that sort of thing. But I would imagine we'll probably, I can't decide if we're going to do it with one big neighborhood meeting or try to do it individually. So I have my staff basically being the boots on the ground. So we're actually going to be overseeing the day-to-day construction activities. And then the consultant will kind of, make sure pay apps and so forth are done. But the homeowners will actually coordinate through Kyle in our staff office. So probably do that individually because every home is unique and everybody has their own questions as opposed to having one neighborhood meeting.
Thank you, Glenn. I yield.
Mr. Holfer.
I'm not familiar with how the funding works. Do we typically get that grant funding then by the time the bill is due, or is it a situation where we pay and then get reimbursed?
Yeah, so they're not going to extend our funding agreement until the money is there, if you will. So we typically have to pay it, and then we ask for reimbursement from MSD. So we have to hold the money till we turn around and make a pay request.
Funding allocated to do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
I made the motion.
We have a first and a second?
Yep.
All those in favor?
Mayor, may we take a 3 to 5 minute break?
Any opposed? Motion carries. Going on, we'll take going before item 23. Why don't we go and take a 5-minute break? It is 11:08. 5 minutes, please, quickly.
Always take the over.
I know. You let me know when it's green light alpha.
Recording in progress.
It is now 11:13 PM. We are back in open session. Let's see here. G23, Informational Council update regarding the event application process. Madam Director of Administration.
So this is just essentially a checklist, if you will, trying to explain the difference between a extraordinary event and just the components that'll be required for moving forward with the application process. It's just streamline it. It's still in the works though, because we, as in the clerk's office and myself, will want to sit down and kind of walk through what is required per ordinances for each application. Did you want to say something?
Mr. City Attorney.
Subject matter has been reviewed through the years, and it all boils down essentially to the 2015 Reed versus Town of Gilbert.
Wrong one.
G. George
Oh, How
23.
did I get to 25 already?
Because we were hoping,
calm down.
wishful thinking.
Right away.
I thought we finished 23 because I put it down, but I put 24 with it too. Sorry.
But that's okay.
Too many items on the
So we are back to G as in George 23. Madam Director of Administration, still the floor.
Informational only, just get an idea of what we're trying to do and where we're trying to move things and get your feedback.
Good. Alderwoman Day?
I will connect with you outside of this meeting. Nothing pertinent that needs to be discussed right now.
Okay.
Okay, at this point, recommendation is no actions be taken.
Belabor anything. Many items to go.
Okay. Are we ready to move on to item
No.
G24?
We're not.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
move on.
Alderwoman Eichman, you've got the floor. Take your
Real
time.
quick, also just to throw it out there, Kelly, and Alderwoman Day, we could always, and Alderman Craig, call for a special
was gonna be my-
license committee
Another special
meeting
meeting, I
to
like
work
it.
at a time when the city administrator
That was going to be my
has
suggestion.
time for us. So the three of us can all sit down and be on the same page versus the city administrator meeting with each of us individually and so forth.
Very
If you
good
would
idea.
be open to it. That's just my suggestion.
It's a wonderful
Did you hear that,
suggestion.
Kelly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are you,
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm trying to regain control of this chaos. G24, an ordinance to amend municipal code 218-4, G as in George, solid waste storage, to allow for setting containers out for collection 1 day prior and 1 day after scheduled collection days.
So
And
moved.
Alderman Hassan is returned at 11:16. We got a motion. We have a first.
I moved.
Okay, we've got a first. Do we have a second on this motion?
I'll make the second, but
Alderwoman Eichman has made the second. Discussion at this point. Alderwoman Day.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for bringing this back, and thank you to the city engineer for looking into this and coming up with the verbiage for it. I am happy to take this to a vote, but I'm not sure that it is necessary. I think that in driving around the last few weeks, I've sort of noticed what I've noticed, and I think people generally followed this to the best of their ability. So I am happy if we take the vote and it passes. Now, there's a first and second. I was going to move to table, but there is a motion on the floor, so I will defer to that motion.
I would be happy to retract that motion if You wanted to table, if you want to see why you want to table.
You were,
Oh.
you were the second.
Sorry.
Alderman Barber
happy.
made the motion.
I'd like to let the motion stand.
So the motion stands, there's a first. Is there back to a second?
I'll keep my second, but
Okay.
I wanted to add something for the discussion when it's.
Okay, so we've got a first and a second. Further discussion, Alderwoman Eichman. Mr. Reggetz, welcome.
Good morning.
Did you bring us our pizza?
All right, you got the floor.
All right, within reason, just for the public, if anyone is still with us, most people are probably sleeping at this time.
There's two people
Within
watching.
reason, special exceptions, of course, can be made. I don't want, for example, just use a common name, Mrs. Smith, to be all worried that her garbage can's not brought in 24 hours and the police are gonna show up and take her away.
Well,
Exceptions if somebody's in the hospital. I mean, there's special exceptions to somebody receiving a citation and or if they do receive a citation to go into court. I guess I just been, I've taken calls and so forth on this, of the attention that it's getting and why it is and so forth. And I mean, I don't know if there's just overabundance of complaints in your district about
in
this.
your district.
Well, my district has a lot of HOAs that have their own set of rules they go by.
I can't even spell it. All right. Are you
HOA?
yielding? Are you good?
I'm good.
All right, Alderwoman Day.
Yeah, I was going to say that for what I've been noticing as far as the emails, the phone calls, and whatnot, and general discussion here 2 weeks ago, it seems as though drawing attention to this may cause an increase in influx and attention to something that may not have been bothering a whole lot of people, even if they weren't following this to the letter of the municipal code. So my ask was going to be to table until such time if we start to see some sort of like complaints or needing to do citations that, Glenn would come back and say that this is, a problem.
Well, okay, we've got a first and a second.
Real briefly, I also wanted to mention too, if you were done, Alderwoman, sorry. While we're at it, has John's been brought into this? Because my concern is that the reasoning behind this is John's getting a lot of complaints from residents saying, hey, my garbage, because then we can go back to what is the ordinance that garbage cans should be out by 7 a.m. respectfully. Is that right, Glenn? In the morning, if somebody has their garbage out at 8 or 9, they can't call and complain and say, my garbage can wasn't out because they should know it should be out at 7. Then we should revisit all of that while we're at this too, if this garbage can thing is such a big deal. I'm just saying, I don't understand the reasoning behind any of this.
Perhaps Mr. Morrow can clarify some of that?
To my knowledge, we have never written a citation on this issue. Sometimes we get complaints and we'll maybe send a letter to the offender. But sometimes there are people that insist on complaining and insist on their neighbor get a citation. So it's rare, but it's not uncommon for that attitude for us to deal with sometimes. So there's that. I don't want to give a citation, but if someone keeps complaining on a neighbor, I don't know what you want me to do about it.
Okay, still on the floor. Anything else?
No, I'm just still,
Okay.
again, surprised this
That's
is
fine.
such a big deal.
We've got a first and a second. Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Alderman Holfer,
No.
Alderwoman Eichman,
I seconded the motion, so yes, I guess. If we're doing, I don't understand why we're doing a roll call if it doesn't involve.
Because this is going to be fun. Just yes or no.
Well, I made the motion, so.
Right.
Seconded it, yeah, so yeah.
Alderman Hassan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Day,
Aye.
Alderman Barber,
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
No.
What is it?
Or two.
4-2.
4-2, motion carries. Well,
I know it's late. I
this is what I've been waiting for all night. Motion carries.
feel like.
G25, the anticipated G25.
All right.
A resolution providing procedures related to temporary political signs. Madam Director of Administration, and I will follow you.
Okay. So this whole thing is from a internal note that somehow got out. And the internal note was about, Mayor had asked me how should we respond to these complaints that we're getting, right, for signs. And I was looking at our ordinances and the state ordinance, or state statute rather, and it seemed like there were a lot of inconsistencies. So it really, for the mayor's office, for administration, it appeared that we didn't have the ability to enforce what we have in code right now. Because it's vague, because it's being enforced right now based upon who's complaining about what versus just a blanket. So it's lacking fairness and equitability. And it's, there's no due process. There's no due process with it right now, the way that it's been enforced. So it came down to, as it is right now, I do not see how it is enforceable. And I shared this with the mayor and the staff internal communication that I had sent out was that at this point, we didn't see how we could enforce it. I will say that I also had a department head meeting where they had asked for a decisive answer on how to handle this because there were people that were coming in from our community that were angry. Signs were taken off of their property. There are candidates that were unhappy because they thought that they were following the rules, and then they're being told that they aren't. There was a lot of angry people. We are short-staffed as it is, both in inspection, where they're starting to get more things to take care of because of the season and with construction starting up again. So they're short-staffed. They're already understaffed by one person. And we have DPW that I don't know the last time we've added staff to. And the reality is we had, from what I can tell, one actual written complaint from one former mayor. And potentially phone calls of complaints that I don't know if we have records of those or not, but it was very much a situation where it appeared to the mayor and myself that the city was being put in a bad position to basically police our residents on something that didn't really seem to be as big of a deal as the calls or complaints or what have you that were coming in, especially to spend our resources, which are limited with our staff, to send them out to move signs. So there were signs that were, if you look at my property, I have a side yard that is part of the city, or is the city's, but we maintain it. My husband mows the lawn every week. He spends a good portion of time doing that. And then you have the front part of my yard, which if you're not looking on the GIS viewer, you don't see that there's a portion of it that is the city's. And those yard signs that are placed there in what people would view as their yards are ones that have been grabbed. So it's created a very adversarial relationship between the city and our residents. And as a civil servant, it's very uncomfortable because it's very arbitrarily being applied. So it feels like political warfare, to be perfectly honest.
And when we started this conversation, this was to be simply what's the most straightforward, easy way to enforce the ordinance, not to have it grow arms, legs, and wings, and have it go completely off the rails with false allegations, false attacks, lies, and deceit over a simple ordinance and how it should be enforced. And that's why we're here. And there's been plenty of chatter, plenty of misinformation that's out there. And all I'm saying is, let's get down to a simple way and a fair way to enforce this, that we're not using and wasting our city resources to go on and go through all this stuff. And then so it's real simple, that everybody knows, understands where this is at, and we all move forward as a community. And it's that simple. That's it. It's that simple. And before I turn it over to Alderwoman Eichman, you still have the,
Well, the city attorney and I had spoken about this as well. I don't know if you want to push the button.
I pushed the button.
you did well.
You're on.
Well, just a couple of things, and as I had told the administrator, my simple understanding was that there was hardly any enforcement, and this was all news to me. I think I heard from the city engineer within the last few weeks that there was one in the middle of a roundabout, a right-of-way somewhere. So anyway, the short version is this has been reviewed through the years here and there, and it does ultimately date back to the 2015 U.S. Supreme Court case, Reed versus Gilbert, and that it boils down to all regulation has to be content neutral. And just because it's a political sign, you don't have special regulations for that. And through the years, I've done all the research, et cetera. And so the one concern, ultimately, I think if things were just number one, again, we'll work to update the code and bring it all together and all in conformity. Some of the statutes mentioned in here, statute number 12, whatever it is, and the league has opined on this too, that's probably no longer enforceable under the Reed case, even though it hasn't been challenged yet, and that's all political signs. And there was, back in 2004, Jodorowitz versus Pewaukee, where it reviewed, local election campaign signs, case involving the placement of signs and the time limits within which they may be placed, and federal court for the Eastern District of Wisconsin found the sign permit process there unconstitutional. So the conclusions were reached that signs, content, and time duration with regard to political messages are not subject to regulation or enforcement under existing regulations as are there now, or you cannot create one. So at a minimum, this resolution perhaps comes back
Right.
and we just do it content neutral. But there is existing content neutral statutory provision and municipal code, Wisconsin statute, section 86.19, subsection 1, in part, no sign shall be placed within the limits of any street or highway, blah, blah, blah. And then municipal code, section 210-4B sub 4, no signs excepting official city, county, state regulatory signs, which I do not consider content-based, because on a strict scrutiny, the defense would be that's a strong public safety need for that specific category. So without that, no signs shall be erected, installed, or posted on and within any public right-of-way within the corporate limits of the city. So, and that's what I always thought was the only thing being enforced, not private property. And I'm familiar with that one section where if you maintained it, I always thought that was very minimal city. But that's the short version. You can't do anything that's content-based, and campaign political is content-based. So, but it's enforceable in terms of right-of-way public safety right now as things that are in the code
Right.
and statute.
In terms of public safety, but there are people that have had their signs taken off of their lawns. Right. And they're not provided with recourse. And that's where we aren't providing due process. And so, that is a concern. And I guess the question is, how are we handling this? Because we have to be fair. So far, it's been based upon if somebody complains, then that sign gets taken down. But there are signs that are also erected in the right of ways. And because they weren't complained about, they aren't being taken down. So it has to be, however it is enforced, if it's enforced, has to be absolutely blanket, not people feeling targeted or people having their property taken off of their property. And that's my understanding and the mayor's understanding. This is why this had all occurred. That's what's been happening. And for a complainant to say something and take this further, right? If they wanted to sue the city, if you will, they have no loss. But the people who have the city going out on their property and taking their signs, that is a loss.
So,
And I just think that we should not be put in that position. So we
If they ever get to me.
need to figure out how we're going to enforce this, if it's enforceable.
so, Mr. City Attorney, so we've got 3 chomping at the bit. Get it?
Goes first.
I know, you are first. I committed. So are you started talking and touching, I get your thing one more time? Kelly, you won't touch it again. Don't touch it again. Can you turn? Okay. So, Mr. City Attorney, what is your thoughts moving forward? Is what you like to see done?
I just said we'll update.
Short.
Update the ordinance.
Update the ordinance.
And my understanding has been, it's only signs in the right of way that staff has ever taken. I don't recall any requirement for a complaint process, and I heard from the administrator that's not what's been going on, but I know I was communicated to by the city engineer that they dealt with one sign. That's only a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it was, there was a sign in the roundabout at 51st and Drexel, right in the middle. So we typically don't go out looking for them. I know inspection department is typically the one that goes out, responds and pulls signs as needed.
Right. And inspection department and I have spoken, and that's where the problem is. And I'm looking at an email here from you to city engineer stating that you had just gotten a call regarding the above, and it involves many, many signs being taken from private property on which they were installed.
When is that?
February 29th. And this is the case. There's many addresses, many people that have complained about this, that there's like within inches of the GIS little line, right, which states that this is my property and then this is the public property.
Okay.
There was something about that. If I could find that, remind me what it was. Might have been something akin to hypothetical or something. What?
If it was close, I know inspection, because Jason.
Madam Clerk.
Jason would send me things saying, this one was close, we left this, but we took this one out, just so you know what I mean? So,
I talked with Jason today and he told me that he was taking them that were like even just inches from it. I mean, this is,
I don't know, I haven't.
it's just mind-boggling. Do we really want to police political signs? I mean, looking around at all of our neighboring communities, they have them up and down the roads and it's for a short period of time. And as long as it's not causing a safety issue, it's just, I just think it's a horrible waste of already very stretched city resources. And again, I really argue that it can't be enforced unless it's in public, roundabouts and what have you. If it's very obviously public or it's a safety issue, I don't see how us going out and moving a sign off of a lawn that's, within feet of the GIS line is appropriate. It sets a really bad precedent for the city and our relationship with our residents, in my opinion.
City Attorney, you still have the floor.
Yes, with regard to that, that email, part of what I said was, that I just got this call. I don't recall from where. But I did say, am clueless as to how or why that would occur, and I'm writing all the staff that potentially would, engineering, building inspection, Department of Public Works, clueless as to how or why that would occur, and assume it is not private property. And please call me with regard to the issue and provide me some facts.
Right.
I think that's when I got back the one sign thing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Like I forgot.
I've got a list of addresses, home addresses where they were taken from here, and this isn't even like a complete list. So, again, it comes down to the mayor's office is supposed to enforce ordinances. This one, it's either not being enforced appropriately, it needs to be rewritten, or it's unenforceable.
All right, Alderwoman Eichman, then Alderman Holfer, then Alderman Barber.
Well, I have the floor, and I solely have the floor. I would like to just add a few things. We're not the only
What does that mean,
municipality.
Alderwoman? Who's the mayor?
Then I want to be interrupted. Because people aren't going to like, others that
You
probably
have-
won't like what I
you
have
have
to
the
say as my
floor,
own personal
Then
thought and
Alderman
opinion.
Holfer's got the floor, then Alderman Barber,
Okay.
so you got
To
the
start with,
floor.
other municipalities do have the same problem we do. Take one look at Oak Creek Community Page, Greendale Village Community Page. Signs have been a problem not only for Franklin, but other municipalities for a long time. Signs have also been, as a longtime Franklin resident and have running 2 of my own campaigns, signs have been an issue for each campaign. Each campaign in this city, as far along as I can remember, has been an issue. So I don't believe that right now, my personal view can be different than someone else's personal view. And my personal view is that I don't believe that it is being targeted as a current political warfare as stated that they're going after any particular candidate. What I do believe and agree with is that we need to come to some simple resolution. The amount of time wasted on this from city staff, the DPW and everything, I think that, I am in full agreement. My first campaign, first time out there being new, I was not given a clear direction. I received phone calls from the clerk's office at that time saying, you're not supposed to have your sign here, the sign needs to be moved back. Live and learn, my second campaign, I had one person and one person only placing signs to make sure that they were placed in the proper places using a digital tape measure. Going from the easement, which off of the city owns your yard up into an approach. If you have a utility pole, such as I do in my yard, the sign has to be placed there. Therefore, my own political signs driving down a very busy road couldn't always be seen from the road, but I followed those guidelines where I didn't always see other people following those sign guidelines. The right of way, to my understanding, was established because there are crosswalks in areas where children cross, such as in front of Robinwood School, and sometimes the signs can deteriorate from seeing a child running across the road or on a bicycle. It's not just a matter of, there's safety reasons why that is there for. I feel that we're not going to come to a common agreement on this before the next spring election, but it is something that I would like to see black and white to be clear for myself and for all others, that we have a handout that can be given in writing to every candidate that pulls paperwork, that it's on our city website, that it's in our newsletters, of what we do come up with. So it's clear, concise, and then also, I've got many notes, I won't go through them all because it's already going on 1:45, and that calls aren't taken in by city staff, that there's a process like the complaint form where it's put out online, and that way the phone isn't ringing off the hook to the clerk's office because there's a sign in the middle of the meeting on 76th Street that was placed by a candidate's team for her campaign, his or her campaign, on accident, to avoid all those calls coming in and so forth. I've taken one complaint from a constituent And that constituent told me that the candidate encouraged her to contact me about it. Other than that, I've had no complaints and so forth. In the past, DPW, police, and inspections were directed to take signs and take them back to whatever facility, and then that candidate could pick them up. This isn't something that's new this year. I guess my confusion lies in is because when that was done at that time, it was by the mayor that was in the center seat at that time. To my understanding, even as an alder, I don't feel that I have that authority to call the DPW and tell them to go and do that. My thought would be to go to the mayor and that he would be the only one that would have the authority, or the city administrator, to make that directive move to send out our hardworking DPW and the police department and so forth to go pick up signs. If it didn't come from an order from the mayor or the city administrator, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, I don't understand how a resident who's just simply a resident at that point, not in the mayor's seat, can just pick up the phone and call whatever department they want and tell them to go remove somebody's property. I don't, that's the hard part that I just am not understanding. But I personally feel at 11:45, we're not going to come to a common agreement. This is a subject that's very passionate for those of us that have invested money on signs. In my last campaign, I lost 14 signs that were taken. Some of them are on the property of The Rock that I had permission on. I mean, it happens with every single election cycle, no matter what. But I do agree, to save time for all those involved, that it should be simple, black and white in a city ordinance, and that the phone call should not take up the time of the city clerk's office, the city administrator, the mayor, us alders, and just come up with something clean and simple that we can all come to a common agreement upon. And then with that, I will yield. Thank you.
Alderman Hofer. For me, I'm looking at it not just at political signs either. I've got some things back here from the League of Municipalities, and it says in part, distinctions based on physical characteristics, size, materials, digitization, brightness, or location, lot line setbacks, distance between signs, vacant or occupied commercial or residential property on and off premise, will likely be upheld if supported by substantial interests such as traffic safety or community aesthetics. And the community aesthetics is part of all the other signs, the 1-800 I got junk, or buy my home, and all of this other stuff shouldn't be in public right-of-ways, period. Now, when it comes down to if you're on the police force and it's a busy Saturday morning at 1 a.m. and somebody calls and says some kid just ran through my yard, you got accidents, to say, we'll get to it when we get to it. You're not going to drop everything to go pick up signs, but we certainly have the right to enforce it. We should have a standard policy that all of our employees that would be possibly going out to do that understand. The candidates, as you said, should know, and we should be able to tell the people, you need to make sure that it's beyond this line. It's in my yard, it's easy because I've got an approach, and that's where the sidewalk would have been. That's the demarcation line. But to say that it's unenforceable kind of unilaterally, I had a problem with that, because I think it is totally enforceable.
I think,
Mr. Hofer, are you yielding for now?
Yes.
Or- Okay, can we,
yeah.
Alderman Barber, then Alderwoman Day.
For me, there's no
Can you
consequence
turn
to
this
putting
light
up
on?
signs. There's very little enforcement unless someone wants to politicize it and go through and have opponents taken down or everybody taken down. I mean, it's a political hot potato as well. Things like that happen. But there's stump removal signs, there's tree service signs, there's all kinds of signs all over this town. And it makes it look sleazy. And how do you go enforce it? You put some penalties on it. Put some kind of a fine if you're doing something wrong and you haven't got a permission and the person says that. That's the way to kind of police it and clean it up. I don't know how it's gotten this far or why it's operating, taking how much time and how much correspondence and how many readings into the minutes. I just don't, we've got to kind of streamline this, folks. And the whole idea is let's set some time aside. And when there is time, create an ordinance that covers it sufficiently. We can talk it to death, but, that's not gonna solve anything. I yield.
Alderwoman Day.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the zigzagging that has to occur to go through our ordinance to find your way through, it's like a choose your own adventure novel with signs of which one you wanna follow or should follow. So I completely agree that it is disjointed and that's being kind. So I appreciate the time that you took, Kelly and Jesse, to pull all of these together. So we could look at them all in one place, so we didn't have to do the zigging and zagging. So my thought is, and I agree, I mean, it's too big, it's to, kind of come to a solution right now, but I like the idea that it's on the docket, we're going to look at this more comprehensively. I agree, we should look at more than just political signs in this, because there are other things that pop up that I'm sure people will call about, whether it's, the 1-800-GOT-JUNK, or people who have their own small businesses that they're trying to drum up business for. But there should be something comprehensive that encompasses all signs. I don't know that political signs need to be a separate category. I think that just confuses things. So I don't necessarily have a problem with what is written here as the resolution. I guess the only thing I would say is that we make it be kind of a statement that this is temporary until such time that a full review of the city's sign codes can be reviewed into a more comprehensive document, and then we, kind of live with this piece, which basically says if it's on private property, so long as it doesn't, it's not bigger than these specific dimensions, and it's not a public safety hazard, it's fine. And I think that's something that people can live with in the short term until we can come up with a more comprehensive policy that encompasses all things, and then that all staff will then also have the ability to follow. I yield.
Before Alderwoman Eichman, because you spoke already once. So one of the things that I'd like to see us aggressively go after, and I've heard it now from Alderman Hopfer, Alderwoman Day, Alderman Barber, are those solicitation yard signs that show up next to a stop sign. And I don't want to bash businesses like some of that were named, but those were only used as examples. Those weren't to go after that business, just as an example. There should be, our community is up here. Franklin is up here. We are leaders. We've got a great community. We are sought after. We set the bar. I don't care what another community does. I think those signs make us look junky. Not sure if it's sleazy, but it's junky. It looks trashy. We don't need that crap in our community, is my opinion. And because we are better than that. We've got a lot of great things going on here, and we don't need to have littered with solicitation signs for services. There's a certain way they can do that, social media, however else they want to do it, but just simply putting a sign up by a stop sign on North Cape and St. Martin's Road, that's the stuff that needs to be gone. I mean, you drive by, it's gone. It should be right ordinance. So, boom, it's history. Get out of here. It looks terrible. And with that, I see Alderwoman Eichman.
Okay, bit quick. I agree with what you just said, Mayor. Yeah, it is bad. In my district, I don't want to say who or what, but there are signs literally either zip tied or stapled to county and state road signs advertising something. And when I see that, and I'm making people are worried about these campaign signs, and I see that. But I feel like the reason kind of why we're where we are is because everything, and I do appreciate all the work also, as they said too, a lot of work that was put into this and thought, is because there isn't clarification for political signs and that it's categorized in with everything else. I personally feel, and we can touch bases on this another time, that political signs should have their own temporary ordinance compared to other signs, where they can be placed. And
Can't do that because it's
Just say you can't.
we can't do that.
Gotta be content neutral.
Right. So why don't you please, you still have the floor? So you still have the floor because I don't want to go into a.
I mean, there's, craft fair signs, rummage sale signs, list goes on and on. I agree, those signs are everywhere.
Of course you can. When she yields.
I'll yield.
Madam Clerk, you've got the floor.
The one thing I want to point out is inspection department has always removed signs in the public right away, okay? Because it's an election and they're campaign signs, people are noticing it more because it's their sign. But if you go down in inspection department all year round, they have signs down there that they've taken out in the public right away.
Back of the garage.
So, yeah, in the garage. And then Bob Tesh would leave them sit there for 2 weeks and then he would toss them out. So they've always taken down signs in the public right away. They don't, and I have had one campaign person call me and say, well, this person lives here and there's signs all over in the public right away, all around where she lives. And then I get the other person that calls me and says, you know what I mean? It's like a back and forth thing. So, and I always did it where there's no signs in the public right away because that's what our department has always done.
Right.
So, and when people come in to take papers out, I know Karen gave them all the information on where signs could be. So I don't know what more. I mean, before the primary, there was one person that had them up and down 36 here. And I called her and I said, please, the signs need to be taken down. She said she'll get to it right away. And the next morning, on the morning of the election, they're still all up and down 36. So, and then I'm getting people calling me saying they're not supposed to be there, and it's more than one. And every time I pick up the phone and someone calls about a complaint, someone said, well, why aren't you entering that as a complaint? Well, because if inspection is going around and if they see it in the public right away and they take it up, they're not going to go and write down the address and then, you know what I mean? It's just, if someone calls me and says, in this area, there's signs all over in the right of way, you know what I mean? I'm just going to call inspection and say, hey, if you're in that area, you know what I mean?
Right.
Look, they don't specifically go there just for that reason. If they're in that area, they will look, so. I don't know how more to educate them.
Okay, can we entertain a recommendation for a motion on this?
Motion to table.
Second that.
So that's the motion is to table at this point?
Until when or whenever? Can I have some direction?
Right, I'm looking for what people.
Well, after
Because I'm getting-
it'll have to be after the election and the clerk's office is busy. Could we bring it to a committee of the whole for discussion? Down the road in, say, May or June?
Why don't we do this? Why don't we go, we got a motion to table and a second to table, and we can bring it back. What's that?
Who made the first?
That's down here.
Oh, I can do it.
Eichmann-Hofer. And a motion to table at this point,
Yes.
and why don't we just leave it at that?
We have a big election this fall.
Okay? So what's your motion then?
I make a motion to table.
Well, we have
I
a
made
motion
that
to
motion
table,
already.
and we have a second. We
We
have a first
need
and a
to know
second.
when to bring it back. I guess, what is fair to ask, what is fair to city staff and to Jesse?
You can bring it back within in 1 quarter of a calendar year. You have to bring back from a table.
Okay,
Anything beyond that, you can't bring it back from a table after that
We do
quarter
it all
of
the
year.
time.
how about this? We'll do that call the chair, me, within the quarter. So motion to table, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Now we have to go off record right now, correct? Because it's 11:56.
Yeah.
So why don't we just take a break and come back at 12:02, right? Okay? Because we have to switch over to Zoom now because of that thing.
To him.
March 20th?
That's my dad's birthday.
Hey, look at it. What's that?
That was my dad's birthday.
Oh, really? Yeah, my dad's March 20th.
Ready?
Yes.
Recording in progress.
Green light. It's 12:02 a.m. on March 20th. We are back in open session. Item G26, a resolution to award A&W Oaks and Son, Inc. a contract for water main extension on the east frontage road of South Lovers Lane Road from South Phyllis Lane to West Herta Place in the amount of $217,472. Mr. Morrow in D6.
Any questions? It's a water main project. We've decided that we're going to assess for it. Handful of homes that pocket that for whatever reason did not ever have water main. So AW Oaks is a contractor for the state project. So they gave us a good deal, and we'll probably be flexible on the timing because they're going to do it in conjunction with the road work.
Move to approve.
Second.
No first and a second, see no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. D27, report from the Director of Finance on impact fee administration and the 2023 year-end activity. Good morning, Madam Finance Director.
I provided you a pretty detailed memo here regarding each of the impact fees that.
I think your thing's working.
Okay, so again, I provided you a detailed memo regarding all the impact fees that the city of Franklin collects, fund balances, what these funds have been used on, what has been collected over the last 5 years. And would be happy to answer any questions. I can just note that park impact fees, I know that that has been a struggle to use over the last few years, and there's been a lot of discussion around it. So I did highlight right on the front page that if the city decided not to spend another impact fee dollar on any projects, that the city would have to start rebating park impact fees in April of 2025. So we still have some time, but I did list some of the projects that have been approved. And then I did state these amounts may vary. The city engineer did inform me that the Pathway South 27th Street project, most of the $2.2 million would be assessed. So there is still some room for dollars to be used on other projects in the future. But as of December 31st, there's $4.9 million in park impact fees. I don't know what page it is, but it's the final page of this agenda item that has all of the park impact fee, all of the impact fees, cash balance as of December 31st, 2023. And then again, if you have any questions, I can answer.
Mr. City Engineer.
Good news and bad news on the Putes Road pathway. Good news is we got it.
Hey!
Bad news is we're not till the 27, 28 year. So I am trying to get DOT. I don't know how successful we're going to be, but I'm asking, is there any way at all we can go ahead and follow all the federal processes, build it or design it, build it now, and then we'll borrow amongst ourselves. And then when 27, 28 comes, we'll get the reimbursement. So I'm trying that aspect. That'll help.
Thank you.
But that's it, unless anybody has any questions on the memo that I provided.
We talk later.
Thank you for putting this together.
Yes, I am.
Alderwoman Eichmann, you've got the floor.
Sorry, I just wanted to thank you for putting this together and providing this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So there's no action taken, just motion to place on file?
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have a motion carries. G28, request to participate in state contract for purchase of 2,500 tons of salt and an additional 500 tons of reserve salt.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, Mr. City Attorney, talk on salt, go ahead.
Mike.
Just to the city engineer, I see the references to a state contract. So is the city already in a contract with the state, or how
No.
does this work?
So it's optional. We've participated in several decades. So most of the area communities pool together and they bid on salt. And so we get the salt, and then we have an option to get more if we should desire. So it's purely optional. We've always done it.
Okay.
is there some contract that
It's pricing.
is signed that should be brought to the council, or how does it work?
This is the way we've always done it. Don't know. It's just permission to bid, to go with the state or with the local contract. So I don't know what the actual organization is, but pretty much every community participates.
Okay, and it's with the state.
Under state pricing.
I don't believe it's a state.
It's right here.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Alderman Craig, you've got the floor.
Okay.
Do we have any salt on hand, or are we
We do.
completely depleted?
No, we try to keep salt on hand, like, beginning of a season, we like to be able at least have 2 times a normal season. And so in the past, there's been situations like a very, very severe winter. If you run out of salt, as most communities would, then basically you're paying highway robbery wages to get the salt. So we've shown that by having our salt storage building, we have 2 times the normal year. We always have enough to get us through, so that way we pay reasonable prices.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Is there a motion on this?
Yep.
Already done.
What's that?
But already done.
Okay, do we have a first and second on this?
Yes.
Barbara first.
Good.
Travis is
Any,
second.
all's in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Item G29, a resolution authorize a contract with INS Group, Inc. to provide design and permitting for Cascade Creek Trail for $73,000, $73,500.
So move.
Second.
There'll be first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G30, a resolution approving a partial property tax rescission and refund for parcel number 754-0028-000. Madam Finance Director. Anything on this?
Nothing more than what's in here.
Okay,
I'll
good.
I'd like to make the motion.
I
To
second
approve.
it.
First, second, Mr. San. No further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. 31, an ordinance to add, ordinance 23-48D as in David to the municipal code that discusses the use of city park pavilions. Who's taking this? It's beautiful.
Unless legal staff has a suggested language, it wouldn't hurt my feelings to table this one.
Say that again?
Unless legal staff is ready with some suggested language, it would not hurt my feelings to table this till the next meeting.
Can somebody turn Jesse's mic on, please? And Alderwoman Days. We will not silence her.
No, I'm not, because didn't receive the signs until last,
She did not angrily just tap it. It's like, "Arr."
I hear that at home. That's just the way I do it.
Okay.
And reviewed,
Table.
got to it over the weekend, reviewed the signs, and noted the differences in regard thereto. I think there's three different types. Some differ, and if this is, so the code is enforceable under the sign. I said, well, the word please clean up does not necessarily equate to thou shalt, et cetera, et cetera. And my thought was, all right, if you're gonna redo the code, you need to redo all the signs. And it's probably
Very costly.
too far into the meeting. Well, that's what I was
Right.
just gonna say. You know, I expected council to comment on the signs, even though now this meeting's long. But if the concern is that signs won't change, then this will be different than enforcing per the signage, because the signs would need to be changed to simply enforce per se.
Okay.
How many, aren't these, what are there, a dozen of these signs?
So you see all the signs. So there's Kayla's,
Yeah.
Pleasant View, Legend, Vernon, Cliff Wendell, Market Square, Jack Workman, Friendship, Christine Rathke. Of course, these others don't have pavilions, so.
And I've seen the Ken Wendell, it's wonderful, nice, new, real easy to follow, and that should be the standard.
So it only amounts to 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 signs.
It's nothing.
Well, then it's not too expensive.
Peanuts.
Well, then content should be changed. Maybe
Yes.
staff should work on that.
Yeah.
So there are only 6 pavilions. We're really talking about 6 pavilions.
Okay. All right, so what's the direction here? I want to,
Give the legal counsel for review
hold on.
and changes.
Well, it's not so much legal, it's practical. I dare say it's Parks Commission recommendation. If signs are gonna be changed so they're all consistent and then can be mentioned in the code, and that's when the redrafting gets done. I mean, staff, we can work together to come up with something, but I need help with, okay, I don't go to every city park all the time because I don't have time because I'm always working.
So I would suggest tabling and we can work on this.
Say that again, Mr. City Engineer.
I would suggest we table on this and I'll work with legal staff on this.
Okay, is there a motion to table and what? Refer back to staff?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G32, an ordinance to increase the operator's license fee from $40 to $50.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we've got a first and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G33, edits to the template for water main easements. Mr. Morrow.
So this is per the recommendation of the Water Commission and per the recommendation of your last meeting. I just want to make sure everyone's fully aware what we're doing here. So we're basically saying to people that you must dedicate your water main surrounding your big building to the city. You put it in an easement, and anytime we work on it, you, the property owner, are going to pay us to do that. This is actually, it seems kind of odd to grant an easement, but yet we're going to charge you everything for it. But in reality, that's very much like what we do with the stormwater easements that we have. We make people dedicate stormwater easements. They're required to fix it, or we'll go in and fix it and charge them for it. In this situation, being a water main system, we don't like for people to mess with our valves or anything like that. So what we're saying is we want to be the ones to touch our water main system. So therefore, we're going to be the only ones to touch it, but we're going to charge you, the owner, for doing this. So that is a major change, and we'd like to just make sure everyone understands what we're doing before we adopt it.
Okay, there's a motion there on the recommendation. Direct staff to use the attached document. We want with or without? Glenn.
So if you had additional edits, that was with additional. So I'd say without additional edits, that's what we're proposing.
So you're saying attached document with or without additional edits provided by the Common Council for future work?
Without, unless,
Without? Okay, I can circle that. I couldn't hear you. Without. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
You have a first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Item G34, a resolution for Milwaukee County to provide on-street bicycle accommodations on South 76th Street between West South County Line and South Creekview Court. Mr. Morrow.
the county is getting ready to do 76th Street from county line up to whatever road that was. So we have asked them in the past to widen the shoulders to provide bicycle accommodations. The alternative would be to actually put in a pathway, which is very expensive to the city. But in this case, it won't cost the city anything, but still have a shoulder for people to ride a bicycle on.
So the motion should be adopt resolution 2024, whatever it's going to be, a resolution for Milwaukee County to provide on-street bicycle accommodation at South 76th Street between West South County Line Road and South Creekview Court. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. We have a first and a second by Mr. Fasson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. All right. G is in George 35, connecting Alders 1, 2, and 6. A resolution to authorize We Energies to transfer 2 existing LED streetlights to new poles and to convert 1 high-pressure sodium light to LED for a total cost of $1,807.72.
Motion to move.
Mr. Hassan, first, second is Alderwoman Eichman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Well done. Well, why don't we do something wild here before we go into 36?
Wild.
And let's go into the licenses. Licenses, H is in Henry. Let's see here. Who is doing the licenses tonight?
Me.
Okay, Alderwoman Eichman, you've got the,
I remember, it was from like so many hours,
I know,
7 hours ago.
it was like a day ago.
So present at the license committee meeting earlier, this actually yesterday now.
Great.
Were myself, Alderman Craig, and Alderwoman Day. The first 7 operator licenses were approved. The operator license for April Ritter, and then as we skip ahead to the operator license for Charlene Zinda. The background checks were done under their maiden names, so they must have submitted their applications and then married. So the question was, then should the background checks be redone under their new married names? The consensus in licensing was likely, but we can up to the clerk's office. So with that being said, the operator license for Isabella Tolfa was approved. And the next 3 operator licenses on the second page were all approved, as well as the temporary entertainment and amusement permit. And I'd like to add in there, for those that still may be listening or those that watch this later on today, on Wednesday, Rainbow Valley Rides Incorporated is the temporary entertainment amusement permit that was approved for our civic celebration event date 7/3 through 7/7/2024. That's kind of a class of its own versus the other temporary entertainment and amusement permits that we were discussing earlier. So other than the 2 operators in question, every of the others were approved. Do you have any thoughts, opinions on that?
I have no opinions or anything. Is there a
Jesse?
second? What?
Opinions on redoing the,
Well, the background checks on
I
the
would.
2.
I-
Right, that's so,
just in case they made a mistake and did it on purpose.
I don't know. I'm not sure. But I think we,
If you want to slow it up, you can do that, but when you run someone, it's gonna come up, whatever name, they could be married and divorced 5, 6, 7 times, it's still gonna come up under your name. Well, there's aliases, I call it, there's all sorts of things depending on the level of background check you're doing. But if you wanna hold them out and recheck it, I don't think you'll get anything new, but that's completely up to you.
it was more of in question of us
Oh.
wanting to get that type of an answer.
Oh.
If the other 2 on licensing agree to that the other aliases would
not gonna
pull,
change. It's gonna
or
come
if
up.
you would feel more comfortable doing the background checks with that exact name.
My concern was the fact that these were first-time operators, these weren't renewals.
Okay, if they're first-time operators, then why not just kick it back, have a background rechecked, and then bring them back again? That way you're covered, everybody, we're all good. How about that? Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Okay, so we got how many?
Jesse has a-
Oh, Mr. City Attorney.
And those 2 applicants should be named, because I did not hear which 2 they were.
And which 2 are going back for backgrounds?
April Ritter and Charlene Zinda.
So Charlene Zinda and April Ritter are going back for background checks. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so that's, other than that, you've got your motion set for approving everything else?
I'll make the motion to approve it unless anyone has anything else to add.
Is there a second?
Craig.
Second.
Second by Alderman Craig. Alderman Craig, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll jump forward to IDA, vouchers and payroll. 3 points. This is a roll call. Motion approving the following city vouchers with an ending date of March 14, 2024, in the amount of $1,033,037.26. Point two, payroll dated March 8, 2024, in the amount of $484,305.77, and payments of the various payroll deductions in the amount of $248,802.45, plus city matching payments. And point three, estimated payroll dated March 22nd, 2024, in the amount of $480,000, and payments of the various payroll deductions in the amount of $500,000, plus city matching payments.
So move.
Second.
We have a first, second, Mr. Hofer. Roll call, please.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Barber.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Holfer.
Aye.
6 ayes, no noes, motion carries. Going back to
36.
Holy moly. Going back to 36, a motion to enter closed session pursuant to Wisconsin State Statute 1985, sub 1, sub E as in Edward, to deliberate upon the tax incremental district number 5 development agreement shortfall and payment in lieu of taxes and related agreements, provisions, the negotiation of provisions and terms, and the investing of public funds in relation thereto for competitive and bargaining reasons, and to re-enter open session at the same place thereafter to act on such matters discussed therein as it deems appropriate.
Motion to go into closed.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please. Yep.
Alderman Holfer.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
No.
Alderman Barber.
Okay.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 no. Motion carries. We are now trickling into.
Recording stopped.
Quarter to 2.
It's 1:32 a.m. We are back in open session. Is there a motion? Could you please read the motion, Mr. City Attorney?
A motion to continue this subject matter until and to the April 3, 2024 Common Council meeting.
Move to approve.
We have a first.
Second.
We have a second, Mr. Holfer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. We are now going into G38. A motion under closed session agreement for professional services to provide assessment services between the City of Franklin and Accurate Appraisal LLC. The Common Council may enter into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin State Statutes 1985, sub 1, sub E as in Edward, for competitive and bargaining reasons, to deliberate and consider terms relating to the agreement of professional services to provide assessment services between the City of Franklin and Accurate Appraisal LLC, entered into on February 7th, 2022, and the performance thereof, and the investing of public funds and governmental actions in relation thereto, and pursuant to Wisconsin State Statute 1985, sub 1, sub G as in George, to confer with legal counsel for the Common Council who is rendering advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is likely to become involved, and to re-enter open session at the same place thereafter to act on such matters discussed therein as it deems appropriate. I have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
A first and a second. Roll call, please.
Oops, sorry. Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Barber. Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Holfer.
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 absent, no nos. Apparently at 1:33, Alderman
AM.
Barber, 1:33 a.m. on March 20th, Mr. Barber has left his seat. So we are now into slowly creeping into closed session.
Recording in progress.
Is there a green arrow? It's 2:01 a.m., 2:01 a.m. on March 20th. We are back in open session. Is there a motion? Mr. City Attorney, could you please read it? A motion as discussed in closed session?
City Attorney shall proceed as directed in closed session.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Item G is in George 39, a motion to enter closed session pursuant to Wisconsin State Statute 1985, sub 1, sub C, Charles, considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governing body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, and Wisconsin State Statute 1985, sub 1, sub G, George, conferring with legal counsel for the governmental body who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation which it is or is likely to become involved in, and to re-enter open session at the same place thereafter to act on such matters discussed therein as it deems appropriate. Is there a motion? First?
Second.
And a second? All those in favor, actually go roll call.
Roll call.
Oh,
Alderman Hofer.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Barber.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
6 ayes, no noes. We are now creeping into closed session. Motion carries.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, yes. Green arrow? All right. 2:12 a.m. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read the motion?
Motion to proceed as discussed in closed session.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We have a first and a second by Mr. Holford, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you and good night at 2:13 a.m.
What time is roll call?
5:45.
Recording stopped.